Hello, and welcome to Roll For It, your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Today, we are playing Mass Effect MERCS. I don't have, like, a voiceover for that. I guess I could do, like...
Jubilantly, we are playing Mass Effect MERCS.
There you go. So, welcome back to everyone. This is the show that we did a 4-episode thing of, like, 6 weeks ago, and then apparently we wanted to do more. So... If you haven't seen our cast before and you're just joining us now, or you've forgotten who they are, we're going to go around real quick and just reintroduce everyone. So we'll start off with Mark. Mark, who are you?
Hello, I'm Mark Muir. I do voices in video games. One of the games that I've done voices on is the Mass Effect trilogy. And I did play Commander Shepard in that. I also played a variety of aliens, including a certain biotic god, and that has influenced my character choice. I am playing Edgar Poe, a biotic Volus.
Okay. And Katie, what about you? Who are you and who are you playing?
Hi, I'm Katie Peters Plays. I'm playing a Quarian engineer named Leslie Mara Voss Magara, which I'm really excited about. But I'm so excited to be back with this cast. I just stream on Twitch sometimes. I play video games, but I also do a lot of tabletop. And I've been looking forward to this since we were told we were doing more. So I'm just excited to get started.
Okay. And Tyler, what about you?
Hi, I'm Tyler Scheid, also as Apocalypto_12 on the internet. I am playing a Drell infiltrator, who I like to call an assassin, as a part of this massive, fantastic Herculean MERCS squad. Okay,
and Bunny, what about you?
I'm Bunny. I am Wing Linus on the everywhere, whatever. I'm playing Eileen Vila, who is totally not an Arctic Doxy. Vanguard. She may like fighting a lot and also cares way more about her team than she's trying to let on. But some people are making it very hard to not show that. So I'm really excited to see what shenanigans this crew gets into this time.
Okay. So, with that, we're gonna go through some announcements, etc., and then how you can support the show. And then I guess we'll do a recap. So if anyone wants to do the recap, please prepare your notes for doing the recap if you feel so bold. So we'll start off with our announcement today. Today's supporter is Thunder Cabbage. Thunder Cabbage, thank you very much for supporting today's show and making it possible to pay the majority of our cast costs for today. So thank you very much, Thunder Cabbage. It's greatly appreciated. So thank you. Secondly, the Ascension Near Death map is now on Patreon, and considering that I made that and it took a long time in Photoshop, I think it's a good map. It's ridiculously large, so if you want to go check out a really large D&D city map, that's now on the Patreon. In addition, the Ascension MP3 and After Show for the latest episode are now out, and you can go check them out as well. Actually, no, those are at the end. Benson's going to hate me and shout at me soon, but those are actually coming out at the end of the show, so only check at the end of the show. Right. That all said and done, that's literally all the announcements. So if you want to support the show, you can do so at Patreon. You can go support us, different tiers. There's MP3s, after shows, player information sheets, character sheets, GM information, maps, even Legend tier games where once a month, member of the Roll For It cast will actually GM a game for you and everyone else at Legend tier. And things tend to go hilariously sideways in pretty much all of them. Like, for instance, the recaps I tend to hear is stuff like, we end up fighting dolphins with umbrellas. And it leaves so many questions. Like, what? Who had the umbrella? Was it you or the dolphin? Why? What's the outcome? It's a pretty standard thing. Anyway, not the dolphin, but that sort of thing is standard. Right. If you want to do that, you can go to our Patreon. In addition to Twitch, if you subscribe on Twitch, you'll get emotes. You'll also be able to check out the VODs of the show before they go to YouTube, because it takes 24 hours due to processing time. In addition, by the way, both of these get you access to our Discord with a lovely community. And you could also be a member, subscribe, what's the word? A YouTube supporter, whatever they're called. If you do the YouTube thing, you can also support us there, get access to our Discord, and get a few emotes. And you can use tips and bits, which go down there, and then physics happens on top of the logo or something. So if you want to do that, you can, if you want to support in a one-off way. And also you can tell people about the show, retweeting, telling people, posting on subreddits or whatever the kids are doing these days, like making TikToks. Feel free. See, I'm really out of tune these days, so I have no idea. But like, if you want to support, you can do so. Yeah, that's how you can support the show. Right, that all said and done. Who wants to do a recap of what happened in the previous chapter? of Mass Effect Mercenaries.
I
Anyone?
think Mark
Anyone?
is the best at recaps with his fantastic voices.
Very well. So, in the words of Volus adept Edgar Poe, we of Hercules Squad, or the MERCS, as we are sometimes referred to, were assigned to look into Cerberus activity at a distant colony. We discovered that indeed Cerberus was active and was using what we believe to be indoctrination technology on the local populace. The humans were being enslaved. Any non-humans were being disposed of. I believe that Persephone was a point of interest that we were going to be looking into immediately. But on a personal note, I have adopted a young Volus by the name of Rin. Rin was left abandoned. We believe that they have suffered some psychic trauma from the indoctrination, but that might be overcome with time. I specifically have taken Rin back to the home of my family and left them in the care of my spouse, a much more powerful biotic than I. Ben, what was Ben's last name again?
Hislop.
Ben Hislop was discovered to be the ringleader of the activity on this colony. More than that, Ben seemed to be massively enhanced, yes, cybernetically, and we believe with Reaper technology. Ben, however, met a messy end, let us say, at our hands. We also encountered a number of very enhanced Cerberus operatives that nearly killed all of us. I think Lynn and Gek might have avoided the Reaper's embrace, well, the Grim Reaper's embrace, yes. But as I recall, Lessie came very, very close to death. Lessie also, it should be noted, is now internet famous as Quarian 420, at least on that colony. I'm not sure if the fame has spread galaxy-wide, but well, I suppose we'll see. Am I leaving anything out?
96% of the that world's population know of the Quarian 420.
Yes, and the other 4% I'm sure will be informed by their friends in short order.
It's rural internet access is terrible. It's 4% of people live with, very poor access to the internet.
So I think that covers. Have I left out any pertinent details?
The mission you were sent here for is specifically an addition for Minos, Radamanthus, and Acus, and you were going to get paid a significant bounty for them. Minos, you since found out, was the assassin leader who attacked you and then got away after murdering Lessie, although you managed to revive her very quickly with a medbay. Radamanthus, you learned, is the head of Cerberus operations in this system, or this sector, and Acus is apparently connected, or possibly the Quarian, from Lessie's past, although that is limited information. I don't believe that's been passed on yet. But for the audience's sake. Also, Mark, because of your sterling service to backstory, have a D6 inspiration dice that you may spend on anything today.
Oh, thank you. Oh, and chat is reminding me, of course, we should mention the fact that we have potential allies in the form of a group of Geth that we managed to make contact with. Things seem to be relatively friendly between us for the moment. And they were actually invaluable. Their information proved invaluable.
We also were able to recruit a member for the Herculean squad who is a bartender.
She's normally an
mechanic
engineer
first.
But she's also knows how to make some sick drinks.
Priorities, I see.
A woman goes to technical college, puts herself through engineering school, becomes a starship engineer, and you're like, she has on her resume that she can make a really mean cocktail.
That's what Gek would focus on.
And that's probably how she got herself through engineering school, doing the sort of
Exactly.
Tom Cruise-esque bartender tricks and things like that. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So with that said and done, we're gonna do a little bit of a time jump because people were severely injured. Ships needed patching. Someone burned a hole directly from like one end of your ship to the other, and then bled on it. So a little bit of work needs to be done. So there's going to be about 7 days of downtime. And during the 7 days, I know that people wanted to do some things. So I think, whether you want to be able to fully roleplay this out or just describe what you're doing and stuff. We'll start off with Poe, because I know you've got the very initial one you said way back at the end of the last chapter that you want to do a few things.
Yes, so getting Rin to a place of safety and comfort, I think, is a priority. Poe would have insisted on that being our first objective. Poe might have been dropped off at home, perhaps, and took the time to let Rin settle in. I think some art therapy sessions were probably booked on the Volus homeworld. And given the fact that my family is home to several powerful biotics, I think that perhaps the psychic damage might be undone in that way as well. Not using Dominate per se, but using biotics as well as art therapy to heal Rin's psychic wounds.
Okay.
I just picture biotically moving a paintbrush.
Oh, that's probably what's happening, yeah. Other than that, I think that's going to be Poe's main focus and his priority. And he's probably going to take the time to level up too, because hey, we got to level up. So he'll be practicing with the new abilities that he has developed as well, and probably taking some time to teach Rin.
So there's a week of downtime activity, so you're probably traveling back for 2 to 3 days. You have 2 days there, then you travel back 2 to 3 days on your own. So I assume we see you in the ship with Rin looking down like a spoon, and you lift it up, and then she's and then you lift it up, and then we transition through a few of these, and then eventually you see them just wobbling up the spoon a little bit shakily.
Mm-hmm. And then Poe is like, "Oh, there is no spoon."
And the spoon disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So, who else would like to describe? Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to ask, what kind of biotic potential does Rin seem to demonstrate?
Some, mostly telekinetic and telepathic, but it's early days. She's also not 100% back with it, but she's much more cognizant now than she was.
Excellent. And as mentioned, Poe is leaving Rin in the care of the family and spouse.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Who else would like to go over what they did in the last week of downtime? I imagine Poe's getting a shuttle back or something. So whatever you want to do, you could travel somewhere for a week, or you could stay with the colony, or stay with each other if you've got things to do.
Deepa's gonna go and find a cabbage and find some sort of electronic device to hide inside said cabbage for our new friend who's aboard the ship, and record something for WorldTube by using his ability Sabotage on this electronic device, so that when somebody moves the cabbage explodes with thunder damage. Not actual hurtful thunder damage, but the cabbage just explodes with a loud bang.
The fun damage. Okay.
Yeah, damage that doesn't hurt, but just damages you?
I'm trying to make it it's just not actual damage, because you have to use the device, so it's one of those things that it just makes a loud bang sound and scares the heck out of the person. That's what I want to do.
So you sabotage a mobile phone, you put the mobile phone in the cabbage, and then when they get near it, then you just phone it, and then it just explodes or something.
Yeah, so it just makes a loud noise, so that when
I think that causes humiliation damage.
Yeah.
Yes, humiliation damage, and it's going to be
you aren't
recorded
with vicious mockery, because it very much feels like it.
It's recording. It's recording for the WorldTube again, and it's our sweet friend Mechanic who's going to be doing this. So,
okay. Sharks.
I'm gonna roll my stealth for this.
Okay.
Which, yeah, I think I get away with this.
Yeah, you place the cabbage. Nobody sees you place the cabbage. Now, let's see who gets closest to the cabbage first. Like, you're trying to make it Emily, so it's probably like an insight check to place it in an area where you know only Emily will go.
Yep. We'll roll that too. Yep, I think I am well aware of what Emily's gonna do.
Yeah. So, Emily, like, where I assume you place it like in the middle of the little machine shop you have. And she walks in.
I'm gonna ask her for a drink that involves cabbage.
Okay, so she's working, and you walk up to her and you ask her for a drink that involves cabbage.
Maybe you should take a break. I've heard of this fantastic new drink that you should try out. You kind of take a cabbage and you blend it down and mix it with this thing called Hennessy, and you go in and it's delicious. I'll take one too, but you should take a break and have one for yourself. I got you a cabbage, by the way. It's in the kitchen.
Is the cabbage involved in this drink? You just said that the drink was involving something, and then you just mentioned the cabbage. Did they go together?
Yes.
Why, for the love of God, would you put cabbage in a drink?
Because it's this thing I've heard about called Cabbage Patch Kids, and it's flavored like that. So
roll a deception at disadvantage. You'll probably pass, but I need to say disadvantage.
By the way, it's still a 16.
Yeah.
My dice showed something completely different than what the numbers showed. I rolled a 19 and a 3, and it's showing a 1 and a 3.
Okay, so although you got really bad, your minimum roll thing means if any roll of less than 10 is still a 10, right?
Yeah, so I have a 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna roll her insight. Okay, sure. Let's go find that cabbage of yours.
Yeah, it's over there.
Is it that cabbage over there?
Yeah.
Shoots the cabbage. It explodes everywhere. Cabbage blasts over you, and you're covered in leafy green. Whoops. I slipped. I've seen Corin 420. You're not getting me that easily, Gak.
You're no fun. Not falling for the old thunder cabbage trick. I see.
What even is a thunder cabbage?
Oh, it's this fantastic thing that goes boom and like, well, you know.
Well, it went boom, and it was a cabbage, so I think that counts.
Okay. Carry on.
Carry on fixing the ship you're paying me for. Of course. That's what I'm trying to do.
Excuse you, I don't think we're paying you. You're a part of our squad, so you get paid the same as like the rest of us as we split our shares. So I guess you are getting paid, but I'm not paying you.
Right.
Were you gonna pay
our
her
ship, listen.
before?
I guess that's what you're getting paid for. Anyway.
You are a very confusing person, Ibagak.
No, it's completely fine.
Yep. Now, you might want to just, you got a leaf on your head.
Nah, it's fashion now.
It's basically camouflage if you go to a planet that's covered in cabbages.
Would you say that I'm a Cabbage Patch Kid? And he walks away.
Did you just leave her there, like, completely nonplussed? Like, there are some references here I do not get. She, like, has to go on the intranet, and probably even the local internet doesn't have a reference. Okay. Anything else you would like to do with your week other than have a prank fail?
That was his decompressing. But he would go and talk with Leslie about the discovery he made that he kept to himself. And so, oh God. So Gek would be like, would knock on where Leslie is, probably working, either repairing something or working in the med bay of like cleaning some stuff up. Where is Leslie right now?
She would be helping Emily try to repair the ship, but in any downtime, she's probably in her room, like obsessively researching things and has like devices strewn everywhere and doing the whole like It's Always Sunny meme with Charlie with the board with all the things tied together, like working on trying to piece some stuff together.
Oh, I rolled that with disadvantage. Oh well, we'll take that. It's still a 22.
Leslie, what's your passive perception?
My passive perception is... Sorry, I have to... 13.
Ebert, were you waiting in her room when she got there and
No.
she didn't notice you? Okay.
While she's working, I'm going to crawl on the ceiling and drop down in front of her.
You like crawl out of one of the vents and just drop down in front. Leslie, you like been working for like 8 hours straight. Data slates are strewn around you and suddenly Gebegek's in front of you.
Oh my god! Okay. I should be used to this by now, but somehow I'm not.
Hey, so, I need to talk to you about something.
Okay, I don't... How come you do that? Why do you drop from the ceiling?
Because the ceiling's comfortable.
Okay. Okay, what do you need to talk about?
It's about something from your past, I think.
How would you know anything about that, though?
We should talk about it not in the hull of the ship.
Okay, where should we go?
Probably where a door closes. So that people like me can't snoop and crawl in ceilings. At least not easily.
Is there a door that I can close in here?
Yeah. I mean, it's your room. Yeah, there's a door.
Okay, I'd get up and just like hit the button and the door would close.
Oh, right, we're in your room.
Yeah.
I should have been paying attention to that. Sorry, I
but
get
you're on
confused when I'm crawling around vents.
Yeah, when you're in the... How often do you do that? Just you're in the vents.
Well, I was checking for holes, just like, I want to help.
Yeah, I just... Do you hang out in the vents a lot?
They are warm.
I could see that.
Anyway, so I didn't tell anybody because it's not my place to share your business and stuff like that. But when I was able to access Ben's files that were on him, I found this, which it said was you but younger.
So what exactly do I see?
So there's a lot of data.
I pull it up on my Omni tool.
Yeah. There's a lot of data that relates to a previous project. And from what you can see, it doesn't appear to be like the initial files. It seems to be someone recounting the files and trying to rebuild them from memory. So it's kind of like almost like reading like a summary of an article. But it does describe an initial project designed to make a Quarian that can think in the same way as Geth to be able to make it easier to hack them. Effectively by making someone whose brain is built in a slightly different way to allow them to parallelize thinking, to be able to actually carry out multiple tasks at once. And it sounds very familiar.
I would grab your Omni tool and like laser focus and probably read it faster than you think I would be able to.
Oh. Okay.
Why didn't you tell me about this?
Well, I'm telling you now, I didn't want to bring it up in front of the entire team because, I didn't want you to look bad or people to question your motives. So
Does it make me look bad?
Well, I mean, you're involved in the thing that we're trying to pursue and stop. It could, a perception, but I don't think you knew, but
I was a kid. I didn't know until you all got me out.
That's what I thought, but I didn't want to. I wanted to keep it private because it's not my place to share information about you. I figured you could share it. you know?
Yeah.
Just like, you know, I have a rough backstory as well, and it's, you know, I wouldn't want somebody going in and being like, oh, look at Gek, he was this little guy, you know.
Well, what happened to you, Gek?
Well, nothing happened to me. What are you talking about?
I would look up from the Omni tool now, and I'd look directly at him.
I'm not gonna judge you. You know a lot about me, and that it didn't define me. I want to stop this. I don't want this to happen to other people. Did something happen to you?
Well, I was, you know, left on the street. You know, I was kind of abandoned by whoever was supposed to take care of me, and well, I was grabbed up by a nice man. He's clearly not believing that this person is nice.
Would I notice that he's saying that and that he's not meaning nice man?
Oh, it's very obvious. This is something that he can't hide if he's lying about this.
Okay.
Who trained me to be what I am. A killer.
You're more than a killer. You know that, right?
Well, that's what I'm good at, and it, you know.
Well, just because you're good at something doesn't mean it defines you. I'm trying to learn that myself.
Fair.
I won't tell anyone.
Anyway, before I found this group, thanks to Aelin and Poe, I still strive to be it, but one of the best assassins in the world, and I killed some usually bad people. At least I thought they were bad people, but probably some good people too. And to help this person, you know, in their criminal world. I mean, make money.
I would reach over and grab his like forearm and squeeze it.
I understand.
Anyway, that's why I wanted to talk to you about it first. Aelin knows I'm hiding something, so perhaps you should talk to Aelin, and I can be there and say this is what it was, or I don't think I can hide this from Aelin.
I appreciate you telling me. I've been sitting here trying to piece it together. I think there's something not right here. I think there's more to it, especially if this is what I grew up with. This means that...
In the middle of your sentence, Gek is just gonna hug you.
I would hug him back and stop talking, probably.
I guess I should tell the others so that they don't think that I'm bad or a part of the problem.
You're not a part of the problem. You helped us stop him, so obviously you're not trying to do anything bad.
Would I know from reading what he sent me that it was the man that, or would I not have pieced that together?
Oh no, 100%. It's quite easy to read. It's written like from memory, someone recounting an article or a report or research, and it seems to be written in a very first-hand someone who was there for all of it, and it's codenamed Acres. It's the person who wrote it.
The man who did this to me, his name was Kosin. He ran a program, and he kept me away from people. And he did this to me, and so I'm trying to unlearn that, and I want to stop him. Will you help me stop him?
Of course. It is what I'm good at. He kind of smiles, like a half smirk, half smile.
It is what you're good at. Thank you, Gek.
Yeah. So, should we go talk to Aelin now?
Yeah, we probably should.
Okay.
And I would head on over to try to find Aelin.
What's Aelin doing?
Sitting at the helm with her feet propped up, just kind of like Emily's busy doing mechanic stuff, Poe's off seeing the family. She's doing a bit of waiting because she is basically waiting to either be able to corner Gek to be like, what the heck's going on, or to hear more. So.
Okay. You find her at the helm, sitting, looking out the window. Gek disappears from your side.
He runs ahead and just like finds his way into in Aelin's room and being like, pops out and just goes, "Hey, Aelin." And you probably notice him because he's grabbing the hammer and trying to pick it up again.
My feet are on it, so.
I would like be very far behind, but you'd hear my like steps on the metal, and I'd arrive.
Oh, you're so fast. I can't. I need to do more cardio or something. Aelin, can we show you something?
Of course.
And I would gesture to Gek to see if he would pull it up on the Omni tool for her to read.
Oh, yeah. He triggers his Omni tool.
Aelin is going to take a while to read through it and just kind of keep looking up, like trying to do that glance up where like you're looking at someone, but you're trying to like not show that you're like actively watching for the reaction to things.
Gek is just standing there doing a smile, just like trying to be like, oh yeah, I found this. Yep.
You see Leslie like nervously wringing her hands and just kind of fidgeting while you're reading because it's taking a long time and
a lot longer than
like,
you,
yeah.
And it's an uncomfortable smile on Gek, and as you take longer, the smile like slowly goes away because he's not gonna hold it the whole time.
I'm gonna put the thing down on the side and just turn to Leslie. Do you want to kill them yourself? Or do you just want them out of the way? Do you want that final blow?
Oh, we have an internet problem. We're just getting drop frames. And we're back. That was weird. Sorry about that.
As much as I'd like to do the final blow, I think it's safer if we just make sure they're gone. There's a man named Kosin. He's the one who did this to me. I want to kill him, but I'd rather he just be put down, even if it's not by me.
Aelin's going to extend her hand for you to take it if you want the comfort, basically.
I would take it and like see if I could get a little closer.
You think I'm a bad person?
I don't think there's any person in this galaxy that could turn you into a bad person.
Even with all that?
Even with all that?
Made into a machine to hurt.
Leslie, no. We'll stop it. And if we can arrange it, you can get that final blow. We'll cut this off at the head.
If I may interject, closure doesn't exactly work that way from personal experience.
But it can feel damn good.
Can't argue.
So we'll start here, and then we'll go forward.
Hey, I've done a lot of research, and
I'd pull up on my Omni tool, my like crazy like, and I'm just like flipping through stuff.
I think I've got some ideas, and maybe it'll help, maybe it won't. I never thought I'd have the chance to actually do this.
Then let's go through it. We'll just look at it one thing at a time.
I'm grateful for both of you?
Nah, none of that. Let's go work. Let's go work. Aylin's like trying to not get uncomfortable because she's trying to be comforting, but she's like, emotions too many. Okay, good. We're good. Let's go.
I'd notice that and I'd take a step back just to give
I would
her some
squeeze your
space.
hand. Aylin squeezes your hand before you do that to kind of...
Okay, I would squeeze back and then just kind of make sure to give a little bit of space for Aylin.
By the way, Aylin, this is the thing that, well, I was keeping. So.
Yeah, for all your stealth, Gek, you're not really that subtle. They're good.
He just kind of like looks down. And he's like,
I'll lead Leslie back to somewhere where we can actually work on this instead of cramped up by the helm.
So you want to kind of go over the information and try and dig through it? Okay. It refers to the original research on Lessie as being a bit of a failure. It considers the approach to have been novel, and that the subject performed termination of Geth targets with much more efficiency than usual organics. However, the weakness of the organic subject was ultimately the downfall of the project. The unreliability and inability to properly control and contain the subject led to discrepancies in the project that could not be anticipated, and that future projects should probably not use a biological subject, at least with the amount of free will as was given to Lessie Mara.
You know how devastating that would be to read? That you're essentially a failure and having to go through all that? So she's like, I'm trying to keep it together while realizing I went through all of this for nothing. And now my brain's a little messed up.
I think that Aylin reading the word failure would instantly be like, cool, how about I parse out the bits that are actual data and you could just work on data and collection and not read this crap.
I would put together a profile of Kosin as best as I could, and just explain if Gek is there still and Aylin more about what happened. That Kosin was the main doctor, and because of the trauma bond, he was like a father to me. But it's just because I didn't know any better. But he was very controlling for the greater good, belief in his own cause, that kind of thing. I never knew that this was a program until after the fact, and it was just what I knew. But Kosin was hell-bent on creating his own mark in history. He had megalomania. He's not a good man. And so I would just kind of explain how my experience of growing up just isolated and alone, but being put through trials and very much kept away from other people in very controlled environments. I know a lot about Geth tech. Silver lining.
Totally worth it. So, you want to go any further on that, or are you happy to?
I don't know if this part would have anything, but I would briefly mention that there was a woman named Sheru who was a motherly figure to me, who came in and she would tell me stories and kind of acted a little bit more sympathetic towards me, but then she disappeared when I reached the age of 16, and I don't know what happened to her.
Was she Korean or was she... What was she?
Yeah, she was Korean.
When is Poe gonna get back?
I think we cut to Poe currently sitting on the equivalent of the Greyhound, just on a shuttle. He's got a little bag lunch with him.
Ding, ding, ding.
The shuttle to... what's the fella's homeworld called? Volus. The shuttle to Volus is currently delayed. It is running 4 hours behind due to extreme space weather.
Wait, there is no weather in space.
Solar flares.
Oh yes, of course. The solar winds. The mighty solar winds.
Yak is currently
is there a
trying
bionic god in the building? We seem to have mislaid your luggage. It will arrive approximately 2 days late.
Oh well. My swim trunks are in there.
There's some Solarian just like in a different location, like,
Oh, how am I going to wear these?
Yeah, Poe is making his way back shortly. I'm sure the GM will let me know when he arrives.
yes. I mean, the travel time around space is slightly long, and I imagine that Diebegek, from what I understand, was saving that to talk about immediately there was a chance, so that'll probably happen early on in the week.
Yep.
Anything...
Yep.
Oh?
Gak is probably trying to figure out what kind of delicious food Quarians like to make Leslie feel better.
Nothing you'd be familiar with because they're dextra proteins, so anything Turians or Quarians eat.
Yeah. He would be looking it up and asking the probably Emily if they know how to make such food.
Well,
Or where to get it, because she's native to this place.
there's not exactly a lot of people who are Turian or Quarian on this world, so there might be some, but it'll probably be in the form of like packed meals or something that they like ship in boxes that last for like 2 centuries.
Ship in. I can hack that. Or I could steal that. Or I could change that. I could order more.
You do remember the part where the entire colony was run by this evil AI that you just killed who was working for Cerberus, and if you try and then hack the colony... Oh, I have no idea what will actually happen, but it doesn't seem like the best of ideas.
I have an idea. Who orders the food?
Oh, no. Make me a hacking roll. You've got proficiency with hacking tools?
I don't. Leslie does. So he's probably just gonna look on the try and look up information about these people and try and find who harbors the freight or has the manifests, and he wants to go and actually manually adjust them.
I mean, you'd need to probably like break through or whatever, but you could probably cajole someone into adding something to an order. If you want to do that, it would probably be a... How do you want to do this? Do you want to blackmail someone into changing the order, persuade someone to changing the order, pay someone into changing an order,
Do it himself.
Pardon?
Do it himself. Sneakily sneak past them when they're doing the order and write it down and change it.
You probably need hacking tools for that, because they'll be putting the order in on the terminal, and then they'll lock the terminal and walk away. Unless, I guess, you get lucky and they leave a terminal unlocked. Sure. If you want to do that, it will be a stealth roll, and then just a roll to see if you can find a terminal that has been left unlocked.
So I imagine that would be an investigation and then a stealth roll?
It would be a stealth roll and then just a pure luck roll, so it'd be a flat d20.
Just a note, I love that this is Gek's solution when we just saved the colony. Yep. So you think that they would be a little bit more...
That's really lucky, right? Snake Eyes are really lucky. Right?
Gek goes missing for a day and you're not sure what
22
happened.
Stealth.
It turns out that Gek stealthed in so well that they locked up the building behind him and he was locked inside a shipping container for a day. No one ever figured he was there. Like, he left as well after they unlocked it and no one knew he was there. But for a day, Gek is trapped inside a shipping container.
I hope we find out because I'm going to laugh so hard.
Like, I would
Probably.
It's full of cabbages.
Yes.
I feel like I would be messaging him on the Omni tool. So unless there's like walls that or blocking it.
Shipping containers are pretty good at reducing signal strength, so I imagine that
he doesn't get a signal.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, somewhere on the Space Greyhound, Poe just looks up. I sense a disturbance.
And then
Goes back
cut
to
to
reading.
Diva Gek. He's like, no! Just cabbages falling over him everywhere.
And probably he eventually gets to a point where he goes, I wonder what they taste like. And just starts biting one.
It cuts to the morning where someone opens it like, oh, wait, all the cabbages. And then Gek's just like climbing out on the top like, I will never eat that many cabbages again.
I just picture he takes a bite out of one and then he sees one that's like a slightly different color. So there's just like a few that have like a bite out of them.
Yep. He comes back covered in cabbage leaves this time. Sure. Okay. Anything anyone else wants to do? Aelin, Leslie?
The only thing Aelin will want at some point, she wanted to have this conversation with both Gek and Leslie because she saw the whole they're getting closer, which is great, but also but with Leslie's current fragile state, she's not going to talk to Leslie about this. But she definitely would want to talk to Gek about just making sure that you make smart decisions and you're caring about, like, you know, inter-ship relationships can get kind of hard if something goes wrong. So
You each find a cabbage in your quarters.
thanks.
Okay. So, Aelin, at some point you find Gek. It might take you a while, but at some point you do find Gek.
I
Probably
make
in his
sure
normal
Leslie's super
sleeping
distracted.
spot on the ceiling of his
Yeah.
room.
Your normal spot. Leslie is very distracted in research or something. Hey, Gek. I got a question.
Yeah. What?
It's been really nice how you've been helping Leslie and bonding.
I help everybody. I help you figure out how to lift that hammer of yours, which I haven't figured out yet. Oh, well.
Sure, yeah, of course I can't lift it either. Whatever you two decide to do, however close you get, I'll support both of you. I just make sure, you know, it can get really, in this line of work, it can get really tough when you get close with another shipmate.
What's getting close? I don't know what getting close is. What are you talking about? I've never been close to anybody ever.
Yeah, see, I know that that's both true and also not true because you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, just, you know, she's been through a lot and you've been through a lot, and when things go wrong, because sometimes things do, it can get really hard. So make sure you're paying attention.
What is getting close like?
Elon's gonna like turn and walk away. She managed a word.
Oh, okay.
You could follow her or whatever, but right now she's like, he had a speech planned and she said it. And then like, she's like, I don't have other answers for you.
The ultimate question is Gek doesn't know what this is like because he's never had anything like this, like other than like friendship relationship, and that's why he like everything's at arm's length with the pranks and everything. So it's like, what's it like to actually like care about somebody more than like caring about somebody?
If you're actually gonna go try to get Aelin to answer questions, you can try. But basically, she had her speech and she's like, I don't know what to say from here.
He would probably actually drop to the floor where the bed normally is and just kind of stand there and go, oh. I know who'll know. And he'll wait until Poe gets back.
Okay. Or you could like teleconference, whatever you call it, with Poe. Although I believe Poe is gonna go deal with Rin for a second.
He doesn't want to interrupt his personal life, so
Okay.
Gek probably wouldn't do that.
Speaking of personal life, I just have to step away briefly to let my dog out. I'll be right back.
Okay. Anything anyone else wants to do in your week time skip?
Can I uncover anything, any new information, or like now that I have some more pieces?
Okay. What are you looking for in particular?
So much. Just more about Kosin because I only have what I know about him, but to see if I can find out any more about him as a Quarian, as what he did publicly or even personally outside of what the program I was in.
Sure. Give me a electronics roll. Because you're gonna be
Okay.
sifting through a lot of data here.
23.
23. Looking through a lot of the data and looking through what you have, it does seem to be a long-term project that goes back before you were born. It initially seems to be a way of just trying to effectively find a better way of taking back control of the Geth. Sparked by an article by some Quarians that got a lot of circulation about how the Geth shouldn't just be defeated, they should be made subservient again. And that would allow us to, reclaim a society quicker, etc. And so the idea was to create someone who could better hack them, be able to understand them on a more fundamental level, and thus be able to actually interact with them and subjugate them more easily. After that, you can tell from the research that indoctrination seemed to become a bit more of interest in the last year or so from a lot of the research. But there is a slight discrepancy, which is tough to pick up on, which you only just managed to get, which is that a number of months ago, probably about 8 months ago or something, the focus changes quite dramatically from being about using biological, organisms, people who were indoctrinated, to just giving up on the biological component completely and just switching to using what appears to be a virus to be able to strip away the higher level consciousness from the Geth.
Okay. I would obviously relay all that information frantically to, as soon as I find everything out, to Aelin and Gek, and just keep digging into things. But I'm sure I go into my room and see the cabbage in there at this point. I mean, there's the pomegranate, there's been other things. I would try to put a smiley face on it, but I would try to sneak it into Gek's room and hide, put it in his room and sneak out, because I'm trying to see if I can be stealthy like him.
Okay, make me a stealth roll. Let's see who's around. Roll a d4 as well when you do this to check who's around.
17, right?
Okay.
A D4, a 4.
No one's around. You find a time when people are actually just not nearby. And so, as you sneak in, place the cabbage down and sneak out, you don't really disturb anything, and no one's around to spot it. And Gek, about a day after you escape from your container of cabbage, you come back to your room to find cabbage just sitting in the middle of your bed. A little face.
Everybody gets a cabbage.
We need that meme that, is this and the butterfly, but it's a cabbage, and is this flirting? Somebody go make that. There you go. Right, Poe, you get back 6 or 7 days after you whisk off with Rin. Rin is settling in amazingly. Your spouse is teaching them all the ways of how to be bardics. And they're back to being what would be mostly described as just being a slightly odd child at this stage. You know, they occasionally say stuff like, I see dead people or whatever, but mostly normal.
Oh, yes, and I assume art therapy has produced innumerable creepy, disturbing drawings.
Yeah, very disturbing. But it's a good outlet, or at least that's what Boros tells you. They're doing like Zoom calls, doing art therapy. Oh,
yes, of course. Boros has been invaluable in Rin's recovery. I would think that such a fine artist and always painting happy little trees.
Very happy. Although I'm pretty sure Rin has to ask what a tree is. But yeah. So you get back, and I assume, Deba, you at some point will want to accost Poe.
All right, it's not immediately after you get there.
What's your passive perception?
I mean, it's still 22.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot that you've got your minimum 10 rolls. Yeah. Okay. Gek appears next to you at some point then.
If it matters, Poe does have a passive perception of 19.
It would normally matter except for reliable talent, which means that Tyler can't roll below a 10, so... You get like the inkling Gek is around, but unfortunately Gek still surprises you somehow.
Oh, Gek. Greetings.
It's probably like after you've gotten to your room and you've gotten situated and you're about to go out and like check on things, and it's just like right when you walk out the door, he just drops down in front of you from the ceiling. Hey,
hello, Gek.
Greetings.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, of course. What do you wish to know?
What does it mean, or is it like to get close to people?
What does it mean to get close to people, or what is it like to get close to people?
Yeah,
Are we
Aelin
speaking...
warned me about getting close to people.
I suspect she is not speaking in terms of physical proximity, but rather emotional connection. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I've never bonded. Is bonded the word? I've never. Anyway.
Yes. Aelin perhaps believes she counsels wisely, but I have always found that the support of others is necessary. One is stronger as a group than as a single digit. 5 digits are but a hand, but closed around, they are a fist and can be used for punching. Perhaps I speak too metaphorically for you. Yes, my own experience has taught me that my family is the source of my strength. And sometimes one's biological family is not as strong as the family that you choose. Am I being far too obtuse for you? Do I need to speak more directly?
I understand what getting close means. I don't know what it feels like. I've never gotten close to anybody. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Well, is there a particular person you are attempting to get close to?
No, not at all. Nope.
I'm going to try an insight roll.
Deception. Would you say it's warranted to be disadvantaged with how much their crew is close? Okay, disadvantage deception then from Gek.
I personally love that. I don't know how to be close to someone as he confides in a father figure.
Yep. It's still a 15, right, for your deception?
It would be a 15, yeah.
Okay.
14 on my insight.
There's something, but you're not sure who.
No,
I would say you get an inkling at somebody that he's been around a lot.
Is it me?
I am spoken for. I am spoken for. But
You
I
sure
think
that Edgar isn't holy?
No.
it is very flattering, I assure you. But again,
No,
I am in a relationship, committed relationship.
Poe.
Mm.
No. No.
But you wish to know what it feels like?
I want to know how emotions work.
Oh. Perhaps some art therapy might be advantageous. I know that Bulbros...
I can go get more paint.
Yes. But I will tell you this. When one makes an emotional connection with another, it feels wonderful and can be a source of great strength.
Is it scary? It seems scary.
Oh, indeed. Yes, it can be. It can be most discombobulating.
Yeah, because I'm scared to lose you guys. I've never had people actually, care about me.
That is very touching.
Or at least not want me to die. Yeah.
Oh, yes. I wonder, do you think that perhaps your practical joking might be a way of keeping people at arm's length?
No, it's fun.
Yes, of course. But perhaps it is you making a connection in the only way you know how.
Well, I don't kill them.
Yes, no, that is good. That is good not to do that. Yes.
Normally, my practical jokes were being like, "Surprise, you're dead."
Yes, that is more of an impractical joke.
Okay.
Or simply
whatever
murder.
that means.
Yeah, yes. I'm sorry that I don't seem to be particularly helpful to you. Perhaps if I had more information.
No, you've actually been a lot of help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am glad to hear it, Cake. Where are the others?
I'm sure Aylin's trying to lift that hammer. Leslie's probably helping with repairs. Em's been doing great on repairs. She shot my cabbage though.
Your cabbage? I do not understand. Is this a part of your anatomy?
No. It was Quarian.
Did she shoot your cabbage, so to speak?
No.
Is it Emily?
No.
Oh, it's not Emily. All right.
No.
Well, you
Seems
don't
very
need
nice,
to sound so offended about that, Gek.
I'm not offended. You shot my cabbage.
You put
hello,
10
Emily.
cabbages in my bedroom.
Oh dear. Oh, have we moved on to cabbages from beach balls?
Oh, I may have gotten locked in a container that had cabbages. No, for a day. Don't. It's not a big deal.
What? Oh, no.
So, and I tasted them. They were okay. There's a bunch of different colored ones, and they were interesting.
Cabbage
I
is
brought
okay.
you guys some cabbage so you guys could enjoy the cabbages like I enjoyed the cabbages. These ones I didn't take a bite out of. The other ones I did.
I would advise not to cook any of those cabbages on the ship because it takes forever to get that smell out.
Oh. You cooked them.
Cabbage. You can cook cabbage. I prefer it raw myself. In any case, Emily, you are settling in well, yes?
I'm doing fine, thank you. I've also managed to patch up the holes that you all put in the ship. Please take better care of it next time.
I didn't do it.
I am afraid we can't promise anything, but I think it is good that we have someone with your skills as part of the crew now.
I like you. Can you stay around more often, actually? Otherwise, I get left with this one. She comes around the corner and like gestures at Gek.
Yes, of course. Ooh,
Hey, I just inspect your work and give you a new vantage point.
Oh, Rin sends her greetings, by the way, Gek.
Oh. Did you give her that beach ball?
Oh, yes, of course. They're settling in very well. Yes. I am glad that the damage was not more extensive.
That's good.
She didn't say hello to Aylin, but that may have been because of that psychic attack that was launched. Perhaps we should convene, yes? Figure out our next move.
Yeah, I'll go get Emily and make sure the chip's patched right.
Yes, beyond getting stuck in a room full of cabbages, has there been any concrete motion in our research?
Oh,
Leslie's been researching a lot.
Good.
Flash to Leslie's room. Every surface is now just a data slate stuck on like the wall, and there's like lines of holographic link going between them all.
You just hear mumbling.
But I visited her a couple times. She got cabbages too. You have cabbages. He points under your pillow.
Yes, I see you have drawn a little Volus face on this cabbage.
Well, I figured you'd miss Rin, and it's round, and you guys are round.
Yes, we are round, are we not? Yes, spherical. Good. All right, let us convene then. I suppose Emily should be there as well.
Yeah. Maybe we should meet where Aelin is at the front of the ship, or maybe in the back of the ship. I'll go get Aelin.
I'm actually in Leslie's room, trying to. I go in there for probably a few hours a day to help try to make sure she's eaten and like is hydrated and actually isn't going completely nuts, mostly, and to help ish. Not great with
trying to coax Leslie into like having a sandwich or whatever.
No, it's more of a like, here, eat this.
I probably
just no.
You don't even remotely move the hammer from the ground.
Damn it.
I would just like take whatever you hand me, and you just hear,
I think, and then this, and like
drinking whatever, like the little packets or whatever I do to eat, and in between things,
and like
I would look over at you and be like, and turn back to the wall and start doing more things and trying to piece it together.
The one thing that stands out every time you're trying to piece it together is there does seem to be, a few months ago, quite radical change in the direction of the project. And that does stand out.
I would definitely fill in like anything that I did figure out, like I would relay to everybody, either through like a message in the middle of the night or something like that, and try to keep everybody apprised if I did find anything out, and ask if anybody thinks I'm crazy for the things that I'm finding, or if anybody has any ideas as well or interpretations.
Anytime Leslie does the "Am I crazy?" message, Aelin immediately stops whatever she's doing to go and be like, "I'm gonna go help for a bit," and like ignores the question. It's like, no, like we're not even. Nope, not doing that. We're just gonna try to strategize.
And so if Poe was back, I'd probably rush over to Poe, give Poe a hug if Poe would let me, and then just immediately like word vomit everything that happened to Poe.
Oh, it's so good to see you. Did everything go well? Okay, this is what happened. And
it was just like ramble on, and I'm just flipping through things on my Omni tool.
I just wanted to keep you apprised of everything. I hope that your trip was good.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And sorry, is this a message or is this being delivered directly?
I would like run up to you and hug you and then do all of this.
Yes, I was informed of the cabbage incident earlier. Has your research proved fruitful?
I think so. We found out a lot, and we have more pieces, and my room's kind of a mess, but if you want to come by later, I can show you what we figured out.
Of course. There is no time, as they say, like the present.
So I would rush into the room, and if Poe follows me, I would take the time to explain the timelines and go into detail about my childhood, and then Kosin and maybe the facility, and like what we know about Persephone and that kind of thing.
When you're speaking of your childhood, Poe, like little hand goes on your shoulder, or well, probably, just up on your elbow, because that's as far as he can reach. And just,
I am sorry for your travails and troubles.
It's okay. It does make me sad that I'm kind of a failure, but I I met all you through it. I guess it wasn't.
And she's like trying to rationalize it, but like it's not making sense. She can't logic it together. So then she just kind of trails off.
Leslie, you are no failure. Perhaps in the eyes of those who treated you in this way, but their opinion is not to be trusted.
Well, and based on the fact that we're going against these guys, if you failed trying to help them, then that means you were a success on this side. So therefore, you're a success where you are right now, and therefore, you know, you're doing good things, and you were doing good things before.
Like when they start telling me this, I think my eyes widen a little bit, and you can start to maybe see like my perception of it all maybe shifting a tiny bit, even though there's a lot that she's got to work through in order to feel that way.
If we can stop them from doing this kind of thing to anybody else, I guess you're right. Maybe I can use what they taught me against them.
Indeed.
Hey, that's like me. I mean, what?
Leslie notices all these things that he says that he tries to like cover up, but because he's told me more, I don't like bring it up in front of the group or ask more questions. It's just like, Leslie will remember this.
Where is Elin?
I would just call out to Aelin.
I imagine
Aelin,
Aelin
we're
was
here.
on her way, like, with snacks for Leslie, like some, like, actual nutritional value stuff rather than whatever crap Leslie's having.
I definitely
You ask
have
where Aelin is, and Gek goes and tries to find Aelin.
Well, I figure I'm probably also grabbing Emily because I know Poe's back. So it's one of those like, okay, cool, let's strategize, but also make sure Leslie actually effing eats. So
Cut to a scene of
I
Gek
heard,
popping out of him.
I heard Poe's back. I heard Gek talking to Poe about liking someone and then cabbages. A lot of talk about cabbages.
yeah, sounds about right. I think that we probably need to go and figure out what we're doing next exactly. So let's go. You get to
hear
have a
through all
voice
the-
because you're part of the crew.
You hear through all the vents, Gek going, Aelin, Aelin, Aelin.
Don't answer him. It's way funnier to let him just keep doing that until we get there.
Because he's not even looking. He's just running around yelling, Aelin.
Get to the room. It'll take Gek like another minute or two to realize that you're back in the room now.
Welcome back, Poe. How's the family?
Doing well. Rin drew this for you.
It's a picture of sort of like a blue face with like angry eyes and, you know, like a round mouth with like teeth. You can see it's supposed to be an Asari, and there seems to be like some kind of lightning coming out of their head.
They're getting very good at art.
Indeed.
Aelin's gonna like fold it and actually like put it in like a pocket or something.
I would not worry over much. You were trying to help.
It is a beautiful picture.
Indeed. Now then, what is our next move, my comrades? Persephone.
Oh, I couldn't
calls.
find Aelin. Oh, hi, Aelin.
She is here. Persephone calls, I think. We must investigate and follow up on the leads we have received.
I want to go now.
If the ship's patched up, I'm ready.
Yes, we have tarried for too long, I fear.
Question. When we examined Ben, what was left of him, were there any organic components in him at all, or was he completely synthetic?
Completely synthetic.
Okay, interesting.
Well, if I remember correctly, all of the organic stuff was also burned away by a flamethrower.
It looked like there was originally an organic kind of skin. That was like it. Everything else was 100% pure synthetic.
Right, so it wasn't that there was a real Ben that was then altered cybernetically. It was more built
Ben was
from
created
scratch.
from
And
scratch.
okay, interesting.
Again, meshing up with what Leslie read, seemed like the direction of going with the more synthetically created person who might be able to hack or whatever Geth to an extent.
And we all have that information that I assume we share the information that Leslie has uncovered in her research.
Yeah, I would probably make like there's a PDFs is the best way. There's like a folder, and I keep moving things into like a Google Drive for all of us. And I would ask once we're all together.
Do any of you see something that I don't? Is there anything that you can maybe see that I can't, as it's so close to me?
What kind of roles would we be looking at there, EE, to interpret this data?
What specifically are you looking for, looking at the data?
Let's see here.
Because Leslie's been definitely drilling in on one specific thing, which is the stuff to do with the project origin, and whatever is connected to this person named Acres. Well, he's codenamed Acres. She assumes.
I would want to know more about the base itself for like weak points and personnel and stuff like that. Okay. That's what I'd be more interested in.
That would be. Oh God, what would be a tactics role?
Like,
got a suggestion what could be a tactics?
Flat intelligence.
It could be intelligence. It could be wits. I'd take a wits investigation or an investigation role.
Survival if it's a layout. Like if you think about it that way.
Survival's more to do with like
tracking,
that sort of stuff, like raw environment.
Nature.
I'll take an investigation wits or an investigation intelligence.
You mean wisdom?
Wisdom, yes.
Okay.
Were you thinking vampire?
Maybe, I don't know. So many systems.
Yeah, I think Poe is going to try to sift the data for any even tenuous connection to our additional objectives, like our initial objectives. Those, what were the names again? The
Minos, Radamanthus, and Acus.
Yes, yeah. So specifically looking for any connection or even tangential to those targets. So that's an investigation?
Yes. So your overall objective is to find out what Cerberus are doing and shut down the entire project and these 3 targets. And each gives you a bonus.
Cool.
To your pay, which is 100,000 each. With investigation 20 and an investigation 20.
Dirty 20.
Great. In which case, starting off with the base, there's not a lot of information on the base per se. You know that it's located in or around the colony of Eris on Persephone. And I will pull up my data sheet. While there's not much information on the base specifically, what you do find out is a lot of background information about the settlement itself, and a little bit beyond that. So the actual colony, in inverted commas, of Eris is a small mining colony that was initially funded based on a mine that they put there, the mine called Hippoi. The mine, while initially quite productive, went dry and was effectively abandoned. They sited the settlement there, and then the mine went dry, so the settlement, while initially planned to be bigger, never really grew to the full size it should have been. So there's a lot of spare space in the colony, like a lot of empty ground and ground that's got buildings that have been set up and they're never used. It has a way larger spaceport than it actually needs, because they initially built the spaceport with a plan of, it's going to be able to produce X million tons of ore, and then never did. So the consortium initially built that. Unfortunately, went out of business mostly. Although with that role, you'll note that there are some links to Cerberus-backed funding entities in the actual consortium that built it. In addition, there are 3 other mines nearby. Tisthany, Megara, and Electo. And they're located nearby. On a more mechanical note, Persephone as a world is airless, very close to the star, so it is blindingly hot and searingly high radiation. Your arm will protect you against that. But in addition, it is a very high gravity world due to having a lot of very high density metals. And so outside of ships and facilities that have their own Mass Effect generators, there will be penalties to movement speed and dexterity.
Would I be able to get around those, given the fact that I can fly at will?
Your flight speed would be unaffected. You would still be affected in terms of other movement speed, but your flight speed effectively would be unaffected because that's not a normal movement speed.
Cool.
Can I also possibly roll like an insight to understand like some mannerisms of the people putting in the data and some of these people that are involved, potentially from the information that's presented in that sense? Trying to understand kind of like how they might think or work, given like, you know, my assassin background and stuff like that.
I mean, without a roll, I can give you some basic stuff, but because this is coming through Ben, it's a lot of very filtered data, so it's going to be hard to really read anyone in it because it's the interpretation of effectively an AI. You'd be able to tell basically that the way they've at least gone about things, it's a very militaristic, kind of very professional setup. It's not run-of-the-mill, it's not a ramshackled like army put together by like a warlord, whatever. This is something akin to a quasi-military business. Imagine if the CIA and Blackwater had a baby and it also was a Fortune 500 company. Like, it's that.
Since Ben was AI and I've been trained in this, would I have any more insight? Is he like a brother in a weird way?
You killed your brother in a weird way? Oh no.
I mean, not really, but you know, like...
He comes up the same project, yeah. You would have, beyond the project name, which is Project Underlord, you would be able to get a timeline on the virus, which is the virus is in the prototype stage right now, and they haven't done any field testing yet, but they probably have it marked as somewhere in the testable phase.
Can I do a scan on myself to see if I have synthetic things inside of my body?
You could. Why would you want to do that?
Why would I want to?
Yeah.
Because I'm afraid now that I have synthetic things that could be infected by this virus.
Okay. Yeah, you could. If you also want to give me... no, you wouldn't be able to do anything more. But yeah, if you want to be able to try and scan yourself, that would revolve around a medicine check.
I would just run from my room, like as we're talking, and I put these things together maybe, and I'd run to the med bay and go into the scanner.
Okay.
Like the x-ray, whatever kind of CAT scan we have.
I believe you have a med bay, so that doesn't give you anything. Nope.
Okay.
But it allows you to do like complicated checks. So yes, you can go ahead and give yourself a medicine check.
Okay. I'm afraid of this. 13?
13. You scan yourself, and other than like a decent amount of scar tissue around where you were recently stabbed through the chest, you find nothing of note beyond that. And Poe, you wanted to do an investigation check regarding, what was it again?
Investigation. I was looking for connections to our earlier objectives.
Right. So going through it, in terms of the data, there is mention of a main facility for the region. This is not it. The main facility is mentioned in several passages related to gas giants, but it also doesn't seem to be related to Persephone. What is mentioned about Persephone is that the Cerberus training facility, where they were going to take all the people they indoctrinated, that's where it's located.
On Persephone, okay.
On Persephone itself.
And specifically those other targets that we had, the ones that would get us bonuses.
So Acus, Leslie already thinks she has a name for that one, but they do appear to be Quarian, which you will be able to confirm going through the data and stuff. They are referred to as needing special dietary concerns.
Right.
Yes. Secondly, Minos, they're considered the operational officer for dirty jobs, effectively. And yes, you'll be able to note that that is the Phantom Nightmare you encountered earlier. So the assassin who led the team, who got away, who murdered Leslie.
Was the one that we killed any of Were they
No,
one of our
but
3? No.
The person they reported directly to Radamanthus, which seems to suggest that Radamanthus is in charge of the area. They also have several references in the work about Acus and Minos reporting to Radamanthus.
Okay. And sorry, who was the Phantom Nightmare that we've already encountered? That
Minos.
was Minos. Okay.
Can
Minos
I do?
We'll go on.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to ask. Minos is the one that nearly killed Leslie, I assume.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you said the thing about the food, that makes me wonder if I can do some hacking to see if I can find where the shipments are going of their specialty food, since I know what they would be needing.
You would have to have a system that you could hack for that. Ben didn't touch that, so there's nothing on Ben, I'm afraid.
Even anything from the planet that I could see shipments coming from?
Sure, you could hack this planetary system if you wanted, but you'd be running down very specifically any sort of dextroprotein-based stuff that is going through normal channels. It's highly likely that Cerberus probably runs their own food stuff and probably has it disguised.
Okay. All right, then
But if you do get access to Cerberus network, then you could run that.
I would try it. I mean, it seems like a really bad idea, but I have that protective tool or that in what's it called? Upgrade onto my Omni tool for that Gek gave me. So I think I'm going to try to hack the Cerberus network.
You don't have a Cerberus network to hack because you have access to none, but you can certainly try hacking your local network and trying to find out if there's any shipments of dextroprotein or anything.
Is there a way that I can use Ben's body to hack into the network? Because he had a connection to it?
No, he exploded. You got a lot of data of him, but there's no further connection.
Damn it. Sorry, I'm really trying to make this work. Okay, I would just start like going on to like what essentially is the dark web to see if I can find an in somehow.
Sure.
Okay.
Give me a hacking check.
Okay. Ugh, a 14.
You'll note that there has been one shipment of Quarian delicacy items that are dextroprotein based that was placed from a terminal relatively recently, which is designated to be arriving at this planet shortly.
I would relay that information to everybody.
Yeah, Gak, it's what you finally managed to do after a week of trying.
This is a specialty foods. This is not something you just move about. For Quarians, I mean.
And I would show them the route that it would be going.
Coming to this planet?
Yeah, it would have been what you eventually, after a week of trying, would have managed to get. Your initial attempt at hacking the system failed, so you might have had to do it a much more boring way by going on, like, Amazon.me or something, but you managed to get something.
Did you find any other information with that shipment?
Yeah.
And I would send whatever information I had over to Gek.
I assume it was
Omni
placed
tool.
by someone who goes by Thunder Cabbage.
Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. My Katie's brain put things together. Never mind.
I don't know if it means anything. I just found it.
Gek eyingly looks at Aelin. And then looks at Leslie. I was like, I didn't think they had enough food for you to eat.
Oh. You got these for me?
You need special food. That's his response.
It's like a
When he
heart-shaped
says that-
chocolate box.
I would start scrolling through like the delicacies to see what they are, because I'm assuming they're more rare and special than just the dextrose-based things that I usually eat.
Yeah, what sort of... Give me the human equivalents that Gek would have been trying to get for Leslie, not understanding her relationships or emotion. What would you think is a good foodstuff to get her?
Probably like... I looked it up. It was like Turian cuisine. So it's like, a lot of it's kind of vegan. very vegan, plant-based. And there's probably like some stuff with that stuff that's like desserts.
ME3 references dextro chocolate.
There you go. There's like a box of like dextro chocolate, like a heart-shaped box. There's like
it's not a heart-shaped box. Gek doesn't know what heart shapes are.
Does the song "Heart-Shaped Box" start playing on the ship's intercom?
But it's probably like meals, and then there's probably like a subsection of desserts that's like a small amount of it, and it's like like little sweeter snacks. What would be sweeter snacks?
I would start going through the list and seeing this, and I didn't get a lot of that growing up, so my eyes would light up a little bit.
I've always wanted to try this specific chocolate, and I've never had. This is like a comfort food thing, but I've never had it before. I thank you.
It's food.
I would, because I mean, Poe and Aelin are in the room, and so is Emily.
I actually, when you start going through the list, I'd be like, well, Poe, it looks like we have to wait till this package comes in, so why don't we go make sure everything else is set?
Oh, yes.
During this entire time, Gek feels like he's in trouble, so he's like walks into a corner and like kind of slides down the wall and is sitting on the floor.
Right, yes, we need to go check on our packages.
I'm going to pat Gek on the shoulder as we leave. Gently.
Yes, we must be elsewhere. We must be elsewhere.
I would just be like standing there because like everybody's leaving. I'm just be like, okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Gek. You didn't need to do that. I'm not accustomed to such nice foods. I was really thoughtful of you.
It was food. There's not a lot of food here. Did I do something wrong?
No,
I would be baffled by that and start walking over to him.
Why would you? This was very nice of you.
Everybody left and everybody was looking at me, and I felt like I misled the mission and screwed up what you were trying to find out.
No, you told us what it was. It's not like you let us believe that this was for Cerberus. You told us.
Oh. Yeah.
I've never had anybody do something like that for me before.
I like food. I figured you might like food that you can eat.
Yeah, it's tough because I can't eat the normal stuff. Have you ever tried this kind of food before?
I ate a cabbage.
Did you like it?
Replace the words to I kissed a girl and I liked it to I ate a cabbage and I liked it.
Maybe when we get these, I guess we could pick them up. It might be different for you, but you could try them with me.
Okay. I don't know if it would be healthy or toxic for me, so I probably
Oh, you're right.
But
Are they like goo packs? Like I imagine, like a Capri Sun. That's what I picture like my food being.
Oh, most of your food has definitely been like, and you definitely remember your father figure just being like, yes, you should just eat them because they're nutritionally balanced and they're like the perfect like amino acid profile and macro profile for a growing child.
They have proteins that Drell and a lot of other like non-Turians can't digest. They're like toxic.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get lever protein and dextro protein, and you cannot like physically metabolize one if you don't have the correct enzymes. So Quarians and Turians metabolize, I think, dextro and lever protein. Oh, it's the other way around.
So, I would, since Leslie's coming out of this like world that she was isolated in, she's like learning this new stuff about other races, and then she makes a mental note to research like a meal that she could make for Gek, so that I could have my goo packs and he could eat a meal with me.
No, in fairness to Gek, I think Gek was specifically ordering food that isn't a goo pack, that is definitely your kind of proteins. Like, it's actually stuff made with the normal ingredients that Quarians would eat and Turians would eat. So you would be able to eat things that aren't goo packs for once. Like little cheesecakes and stuff.
Okay.
I'm really excited about these. I really never tried them before. Do you like cabbage? What kind of foods do you like?
What kind of foods do Drell like?
I imagine they live on a Hanar world, so a lot of
fish,
algae, fish-based stuff. Probably. They didn't get a chance to really bring a lot of their own food with them.
I'm trying to find it. There's not much on the Drell diet. Hold on. What did it say?
I can imagine Drell eating a lot of rice.
I could see that. There's nothing on here as far as their diet.
We need more information on Drell dietary constraints and traditional Drell cuisine.
I'm pretty sure they can eat
questions.
like everything humans do, so.
Yeah. I mean, they can do, whether they like it or not. Like, their taste bud profile might be completely different.
Fries. Get fries.
And I just like side-eyeing my Omni tool, researching what kind of foods Drell like, and coming up with a way to
I guess
show that
it's such a wide question. It's like asking, what do people like? And it's like, many things? Probably like, pizza. Drell like pizza.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
They love pineapple on pizza as well.
Do you know that Drell has...
They probably quite like anchovies on pizza, now that you think of it.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
You do know that Gek specifically likes tea. He likes tea a lot.
Oh, that's right. Because we're still on planet side, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna plan a trip to go get some specialty tea if I can for him, and I'm gonna make a gift basket.
Out of cabbage.
Cabbage tea.
If they have cabbage tea, I'm buying it.
They definitely have cabbage tea and pomegranate tea.
So I'd very cautiously grab the pomegranate tea because I'm afraid of it, and I'm like, this will kill me. But I'm like, I think this is a good choice. So I get the pomegranate tea. I get a pack of the pomegranate gum too, and put it in there, and I get the cabbage.
I've forgotten all about that.
I've forgotten about the I'd moved on to cabbages. I'd forgotten about the pomegranates entirely.
This is all part of the ranking of Leslie in the first episode.
And then I would grab absinthe. I would find a bottle of absinthe and put it in there. And so I just find all these things, and I'm like, oh, this has been part of our adventure. And then I'd get a selection of teas that I probably can't pronounce or even know what they are, but look fancy. And there'd just be a little note that said, thank you, Gek. And it would be signed L. And I would try to sneak this and put this in his room without him seeing again.
Make a stealth check.
All right. A 10.
At this stage, like, you kind of press for time, so roll a 1d4 twice.
Okay.
The first one, no one's around, and the second one, Gek's around. So Gek.
You hear the crunching of a wicker basket
I think
coming
Gek's
down the
around for
hall.
half of it. So you manage to get the basket in, and then you hear like the door close, and then you hear the door go bling bling and begin to open, and you hide somewhere. Where do you hide?
I hide? Oh no. I feel like I try to hide poorly, and then I'm like, is this a bad idea to hide in his room? And so then I just kind of stand there awkwardly next to the basket.
Leslie tries to hide behind the door, and the door just opens, and you're like, I'm just not really hidden. So you kind of step out in front of the basket, and Gek, Leslie's standing there next to a basket of tea and gum and absinthe.
What are you doing in my room?
Oh, sorry. I wanted to get you something as a thank
What's
you
that?
for. Well, I found some new teas. This one's pomegranate, and this one's cabbage. Because you were talking about the cabbage, and then this is a bunch of other ones that I think they imported, and I thank you for the food.
Pomegranate tea. You risked your life for this?
Well, I put a glove on.
You can tell he's joking because he knows you would have to consume it.
I know, but I
put a glove on to get that one specifically.
Ooh, absinthe.
Yeah,
Corian 420 again? You want to make a video?
I mean, I don't know. We could make more drinks with it. I thought it was fun to have.
I wonder what it tastes like mixed in with tea.
Well,
Oh,
now
thank
can try it.
you. I haven't had this kind of tea. He pulls up the cabbage tea. He's like, that symbol looks familiar.
Well, I was trying to surprise you with it, but I kind of failed at that.
He kind of like immediately starts going to like make tea and gets a second cup and then goes, wait, nope, you can't have any tea. And then he's like, oh, wait. And then he runs and gives you a hug and then he goes back to making his tea.
I would take the hug quickly. Do I have the food packs already?
Yes, they'll have arrived before you leave, so they'll have arrived like today. You're planning to leave soon.
Okay, I'd be like,
Oh, hold on.
and I'd run to my room and grab the box that has all of the fancy delicacies and bring it back, and then just sit on the ground and start showing him each thing that he got, like a kid on Christmas.
I know how you got it so quickly, and also how it still goes in with Get kind of failing the role. You know, like, airlines give you those tiny little, like, portions. It's like, here's your dessert portion, and you get a selection. Get managed to get the in-flight food menu that is for Quarians from, like, some sort of exploratory, like, line of, like, cruise ships or something. So, you have tiny little dessert portions of airplane food, of Quarian, like, design and make, and Centurion stuff as well.
I'm just excited, and I'm going through each one while he's making his tea. And then probably opening, like, the chocolate one to try, and it's nothing I've ever eaten before. So I'm giving him a blow-by-blow of, like, whoa, this one tastes like this. It's probably not interesting at all, but it's exciting to her.
Yep, I got that as well.
Don't know what I did. I'll be honest.
I'll tell you in the break. I'll tell you
Okay,
in the
tell me
break.
on the break, because I don't know what I did. What did I do? Oh.
See?
Hey, it's a turn of phrase, okay?
No, it's you paused after the first blow. You paused. There was like a second pause.
I didn't mean to. Oh no. I shouldn't be allowed
If
on the
someone
internet. I
clips
don't
it, make
think.
sure you end
Phrasing,
the clip at
phrasing, everyone, phrasing,
that.
please.
Phrasing.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
I was holding it together. I think
I
he
was trying
go.
until I read the chat. I was like,
And
I
then
don't know if
wait.
anyone else caught it.
It's been nice knowing you all. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, as we fade on that, I think that as you're having a lovely date, we'll get back after an 8-minute break, and we'll continue from there. So we'll be back shortly. Enjoy some fan art and stuff.
See you in a bit. Ooh, cabbage and tea.
Welcome back with that suggestion. Right, we're back. Hi, welcome back to the Mass Effect show. If you're just catching up with us now, you have missed a lot of cabbage-related shenanigans and a time skip that did not skip, which is very traditional for Roll For It. So, with that said and done, and you given Gek blow by blow, is there anything further you would like to do? Anywhere you'd like to go?
I want to know what Poe and Aelin are up to.
They were probably in the next room or like the commissary or whatnot. And just
You did hear that, right? Like I didn't mishear that.
Not listening to anything. They'll call us if they need us. Not listening to anything. Emily, you have some more whiskey, right?
I bloody need it at this stage. And she pulls out a bottle of whiskey and makes you whiskey sours. Right. Anyway. The day ends. Your time skip time is over. You're refueled, rearmed. Your upgrades are done. Your ship is patched. You are good to go.
Persephone, I think. Yes.
In which case, as you leave this planet, the planet you've been on for some adventures so far, including the technical death of one of your crew members for a good minute, you begin to lift off. Your ship picks up the Mass Effect field, taking the weight and the strain as it creaks a little bit. The new joins, where it's been a bit damaged, are performing well as you zoom off to orbit. It takes only about 7 hours travel time, really, to get from here to Persephone. But as you come in low over the planet, you notice that it is a planet where a good third of it is covered by magma fields. This kind of dull, glowing red-orange area of the planet is just strewn with magma, and pocked around there are 3 other colonies. The one you're going for, Eris, is noticeable as you start coming in for being a somewhat bulbous dome-like facility. It is a settlement where a dome is built over most of it, and that is pressurized, so people can go about their lives without having to go around and, you know, wear spacesuits all the time. The dome is also one of these polarized kind of crystal, like effectively like if you took a sunglass lens and then just made it a bubble. So it's quite hard to see inside. You can see kind of the shapes of buildings, and there's a good amount of reflection coming off it from certain angles. But as you come in, you do get a hail from the facility. Let me just look at the name here, because someone distracted me earlier. The Dracon Shipyard facility. This is Dracon Shipyard facility. Looks like Megara, you coming in to stay with us for a while?
Yes, this is Megara. We wish to sit down and refuel and make some repairs if possible.
That's not a problem. We've got lots of spare space. We've allocated you a bay. Please come in on the exact heading and do not concern yourself with gravity too much.
What do they mean, concern yourself with gravity?
It is a high-gravity world. We should take that into account. We must always bear in mind the gravity of the situation.
Does that
In
mean
more
I
ways
can't
than
walk?
one.
What?
Gravity of the situation in more ways than one. It was a stupid joke.
Oh, do you know? I wonder if I can walk on ceilings there. Gex just like gets lost in thought, and he's like, "Well, better take care of my walking on ceilings now," and is just like forever on the ceiling the rest of the way.
Hey, Leslie, did we make sure that there's, I don't know, extra precautions, extra safety measures on the ship in case they try to hack the ship?
No, but I could do that now.
I'm gonna run to a console and just try to reinforce the firewall on our ship.
Sure. Give me a electronics roll.
All right. No whammies. 21.
Yeah.
Ooh,
it's
that's a good roll.
reinforced for the next ship turn.
Okay.
But you managed
Alright,
to patch the old way they managed to get into the ship. Yes.
Okay.
I got it.
Turn.
I got it set up. It should be better now. It's at least a little bit stronger of a firewall.
But I guess they'll bring us into land.
As you start getting closer, you notice next to the actual bubble itself is a huge, like, metallic area of the ground, which seems to just be a very flat section where a big bay door is just rolling backwards. The gap is sizable enough to fit your ship with ease. And as you bring it down, you go in below the level of the ground, and you notice floor upon floor upon floor, all of which are empty, save for maybe like 2 bays which have what appear to be like frigate-sized cargo vessels there. But there are probably in the region of 20 to 25 bays, and 2 of them have been taken, so they have plenty of space here. As you slide into one of the bays, Mass Effect Fields grab your craft and carefully guide it in without you having to use any of the thrusters, and it settles down quite low on the actual, like, struts.
Is it just me, or is it going to be harder to get out of here?
That if we need to beat a hasty retreat, that might be an issue.
What is our plan, though? Like, we're gonna stand out.
Yes. Our cover story is that we are merely refueling and doing some minor repairs. Emily, would it be possible for you to provide a pantomime of sorts? Act as if you are doing some minor adjustments to the ship, etc.?
He just... Great. Do you mind
Good
if I
roll.
just fiddle with the switcher moment, Elin?
Yeah, go for it.
He flicks a few dials and switches, and you suddenly hear a clank.
What did you do to my ship?
They just dumped some of the coolant out of the secondary reactor valve. It's fine, we don't really need it. But it looks good.
Indeed, yes. Yes. For our reference, what should we say we are repairing on the ship?
A leak in the secondary coolant loop of the reactor.
Yes.
And if possible, could we get more upgrades?
The last time you brought me that, it was experimental armor plating you got from a Cerberus frigate. But sure, if you find another Cerberus frigate laying around with top secret military technology that we haven't actually bumped into yet, I'll be happy.
Cool, I'll go
to...
look at the other 2 frigates here.
I really shouldn't have said that, should he? He says, addressing everyone else.
You should not. You should not.
Well, to be fair, it might get us more stuff. Gek, that's for later. Gek, we can do that later.
I believe that our cover story should be, as mentioned, repairs to the secondary coolant loop. But as a crew, perhaps we will disembark, say that we merely wish to get some refreshments, that sort of thing. And while we are nosing around, we'll essentially just be as if we're, picking up some road snacks and whatnot.
You could see your prospectors.
Yes. Although I don't have relevant knowledge in that field.
Science, I guess it would be.
I'm good at that, I think.
I was going to say that we were getting out of Mechanic's Way, so that way this one wouldn't drive her nuts.
Yes, that might be best, that we are simply here by happenstance and we needed to put in for repairs.
Why would Leslie be driving somebody nuts?
I had very obviously pointed at Gex, so Leslie knows that.
I pick up on that, obviously. Okay.
I have a question. Should I disguise myself?
You think you might be recognized specifically?
I don't know.
I'm gonna pull up the picture and see if there's any distinguishing features between me now and me then. Or if I just look like a regular old Quarian.
The suit's different.
Okay.
I'll be honest, it's very hard to differentiate Quarians when all you have is a suit to see.
I have an idea. He grabs what's equivalent to a Sharpie and draws a fancy mustache.
I can see that.
Did it work? Do I look different?
You look
Yes.
fancy.
No one will recognize you as Quarian 420 now.
That's good, right? That's good.
You put the glasses on top of the helmet, just like slowly slide down and hold off. Oh, you draw glasses on.
I draw them on.
Right, okay. Yes, okay.
What do you think? Is this a good...
It might be a little bit more eye-catching than if Gex didn't decide to draw on your face.
I can erase it.
I think this disguise is foolproof. The only problem is our antagonists might not be fools.
That's true. They're smart. I don't want to draw more attention to myself.
So
You know what?
I erase it?
I think we're good.
I would just take an extra scarf and wrap it around my head so like there's kind of more of a shadow. So if you see it in the right lights, you see the mustache and glasses, but it's mostly
Okay.
kind of like I'm covered with like a hood.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go. We're good.
Emily, you will stay here with the ship, and will you be making some repairs on the outside as well, or repairs on the outside?
I will be fixing as much as I can.
Yes. Look busy, I think, is the main objective. All right, let us disembark.
Oh, and if anybody tries to get on this ship, use this cabbage.
What is special about that cabbage in particular?
It goes boom.
Oh, I see. A thunder cabbage.
Emily probably looks at it and shakes her head and goes, like, knows that it's basically the same thing as the prank cabbage.
Though, you know, depending on one's digestive system, all cabbages can be thunder cabbages.
Really?
Yes.
I'm going to try to shoo them off the ship.
I would think as a Quarian, all cabbages would be thunder cabbages to you.
Yeah, I don't think I can digest them properly, but that's really interesting.
I mean, very leafy greens probably would be. I can imagine the bacteria in your stomach just being like, I don't know what to do with this. We can turn it into stuff and gas. We have no way to break it down. We just turn it into stuff and gas, and that's what they would do. So yeah. That's it. We found the meaning of thunder cabbage. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Let us go then. Let us go.
You head out into what is a very empty spaceport. It does seem to be like effectively like a multi-tiered parking structure for ships, going down quite a way into the actual rock of the planet. And as I said before, there are 2 other ships here and nothing else. You're actually quite alone for a while until about 2 minutes later after you actually leave the ship. A very harried young man in overalls that look strangely pristine comes out. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't get many people through and the lift's out of order, so I had to come down the stairs. Right. How long are you going to be staying? What sort of repairs do you need?
We have a bit of a coolant leak to deal with. Our engineer is tending to it.
Right, I'll talk to her. Do you need anything else?
Yes, we were seeking refreshment.
Oh,
Is there-
the settlement, if you want to go that way, again, the lift's out, so you'll have to take the stairs. Very sorry about that. It's up 5 flights, and then you go in through the area marked Eris. You'll get into the facility. Sorry. Ugh.
Are you all right? You seem unwell or somewhat harried.
We don't get many ships. I had to run all 10 flights from the control room.
I'm going to try an insight roll on this guy.
Okay.
Just to see what I'm
Also,
picking
quick
up
question,
from.
E. You actually had him say she for the engineer when Poe had not said anything. Was that just a slip from
Sorry,
you?
that was a slip of the tongue.
Okay, I was like, I'm pretty sure that was just from you, but yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. So, yeah. All right. So let's try insight here.
20. Yes. It does appear they're being absolutely genuine. They seem somewhat flummoxed to have a ship such as yours stop, in addition to the fact that any ship at all is a surprise. So it looks like they were young and want to do well at their job and just may have ran down 10 flights of stairs.
And the unusually pristine overalls, is there any insight into that?
Yep, you would guess it's because they actually get so few ships here. They almost don't get a chance to get dirty. Despite the age of the facility, it's been sitting here for a few years now. They just haven't had a reason to actually use the overalls.
Since my passive insight is basically a 20, can I get the same read?
Yeah.
Gek is going to walk up to this person and just pat them on the shoulder and say, "You're doing great."
Thank you. Right. Can I help you with anything else?
What is your name?
James.
A pleasure to meet you, James. Thank you for your assistance.
No problem. That's my job. Sorry,
Yes, but you can be thanked for doing your job.
It's so novel. I'm sorry, I don't get many people in customer service actually thanking me for doing my job.
You're welcome. Did not the other 2 ships say anything to you?
Oh, one of them's broken and just been filling that bay for a long time. The other one is people shuttling back and forth between some of the nearby systems, so I don't even need to go answer it. You're the first ship we've had in a while.
This will probably also be a novel experience for you.
I tip him a couple of credits.
Well, we've got policy I can't take to...
Oh,
It's
no
for the
tipping
cabbages.
we don't have...
policy?
Oh, you'll know.
It's all right. Please, it is a Drell custom. Never mind.
Oh,
Is it?
It is a custom particular to this particular Drell.
I wouldn't want to offend your custom. Sorry. I'm gonna go talk to your engineer. Thank you. If you need anything else, here's my comm code. And he pings you
I have
the
a
comm
question.
code. Yes.
What's
Yes.
wrong with that ship? The one that's just sitting there.
Oh, officially, the reactor's broken and it's unable to move.
Oh, what about the people who flew in on it? Are they still here?
Yeah. They're well, most of them are still here. Some of them left, but most of them still here. Yeah. Unofficially, they tried taking the ship into a high gravity world without properly having the right amount of ESO in the reactor, and put extra strain on the reactor, and inevitably broke down.
How come it can't be fixed? Not to be rude, is it just because they don't have the financial means?
Yeah. ESO's expensive. They were hoping to find something here to be able to afford to repair their ship, but I think most of the prospectors didn't find anything.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious. I like to fix things.
Me too. Nice to meet you. I haven't met a Quarian before.
Oh, it's nice to meet you too.
Wait, what do you have on your...
Oh, I was trying a new look.
And I'll pull the hood down to reveal the...
That's quite a look.
What do you think? Is it, you can be honest with me. I can take it.
I think you look good in a mustache.
Thank you.
Glasses.
Yeah, it kind of obscures my vision a little bit, but I kind of like it.
You like that it obscures your vision, or?
No, just the...
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, I get confused sometimes.
I look
at the ground and pull my hood back up.
Still operating on that 20 insight, I'm like, is there a romantic connection here between James
Flirting, all
and
the flirting
Leslie?
for Leslie.
a romantic triangle. Oh dear.
I want to look at the ship.
Would I introduce romantic competition to Deba Gek in episode 1 of the new series? No.
I'm oblivious to all this. Can I do it as a check on the ship that are there to see if there's any Cerberus or other symbols that I recognize or that are painted on the ship or anything?
I mean, they're a couple of tiers up from you, and like obviously it's not just very visible from where you are. Like maybe see like the end of an engine nozzle or something. You'd have to go up and have a look at them. You can do that in a bit if you want.
Okay. I'm just gazing off at the ships, trying to figure out if there's any connection to what we're looking into.
Okay.
So this other engineer just flirted with Leslie?
I don't know. Did Gek get that read?
No, I was busy sharing Wade's iteration of the song on Discord with the class, so I put that in there. So I was slightly distracted in that moment.
I assume that is equally true for Gek, because Gek had headed off somewhere to procure a cabbage.
No, he's probably going to inspect that ship that's broken down.
Okay.
Because that person gave him the information he actually was going to ask for without asking, which is why he did the thing he did.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I'll leave you to that. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Thank you. It's off.
Do you think those ships have anything to do with people we're looking for?
It is possible, I suppose. But let us get the lay of the land, if we may. That was not a double entendre, by the way.
I narrow my eyes at Poe. Just a little.
I just thought I should be clear. There have been a lot of them flying around lately.
You know, the control room is 10 flights up, too. You can flirt later, Leslie.
What?
So I am not sure, Leslie, if you should embark in another romantic relationship.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Please do not trifle with Deba Gek's affections.
What are you
Flirting
talking about?
is harmless and fun.
That mechanic? No. I was trying to get information out of him.
See, perhaps I misinterpreted.
Maybe it was one-sided. That's fine. Do we want to go towards the control room, or do we want to head where
Just
he
so you
asked?
know, he is so into you.
Wait, is Gek here?
Gek is not here.
Okay, Gek is not in the vicinity.
I don't...
You can tell that Leslie is visibly flustered.
I would never toy with Gek's emotions.
Oh, yes, of course. I do not mean to suggest so.
I don't. That mechanic man. I was just asking why the ship. I was asking.
Leslie,
And
you
I
can't
turn
help it if
around.
other people like you.
I don't know how we got here. Aren't we here for other purposes right now? I feel like we should be looking into some things and
Well, Gek's gone, so...
Why did he say something?
Do you know him to say something before he leaves?
should we go to the control room? Or should I go look at that ship? Maybe I should go look at the ship. I'm gonna go look at the ship.
And then I start like speed walking over to the ship and climbing up to take a closer look at it.
So now you're all on a high gravity planet. I can tell you the bad news. While you are outside of your ship or a facility that has a mass effect field generator that compensates for it, all of your dexterity scores are halved.
Oh, mine wasn't very good to begin with.
Yes. So if you want to make a note of your dexterity score somewhere, if you halve it on the sheet, it should also apply to all abilities naturally.
Mine's just a -2 then.
Yep. In which case, if you want to roll the stealth, with
I already did.
With the new dexterity score.
Well, it would just be a 23.
Okay. Would it only?
Yeah. It doesn't change the proficiency bonus. If you have mine, my modifier of 4 goes down to 2.
Oh, no. The modifier doesn't halve. The score halves. So what's your dexterity?
My dex would be my dex would... So it'd become a 9?
Yep. You'd be at a -1 as opposed to a +4. So you'd be at 20 on that roll. Yeah, no one notices you. But you are panting and out of breath as you get to the top of the facility, having climbed all the way up. And you're covered in Drell sweat.
By the way, interesting thing, their skin's covered in like a weird toxic hallucinogenic membrane.
Don't lick Drell. That's advice for Leslie right there.
Listen. Okay.
I fear that advice has come too late. if what I heard through the door was correct. In any case, question: if Poe is within his Mass Effect field for flying, does that Dex?
Your dex would still be halved. Your movement speed would be replaced with your flight speed, which, because you're boosting that with movement, it wouldn't be applied. So you'd be okay for that. But your speeds are also, your normal speeds are also halved as well. There are armor mods you can get which compensate for this. Alternatively, like big buildings or popular buildings that can afford to run a Mass Effect generator constantly to compensate for that do. But majority of places, and especially outside, will not. So you get to the top, Gek. After a lot of climbing and being very worn out, you can now see what appears to be a pretty old freighter that has been salvaged for parts. There are panels missing off of it, bits have been stripped away. It's quite evident that this has been here a little while now. In terms of evidence, signs of any Cerberus affiliation, none obvious.
Can I roll an investigation?
You may indeed. $28.
This is for finding useful materials and seeing if there's any Cerberus signs. It's both.
Yeah. Okay. So there doesn't appear to be any sort of Cerberus affiliation on this vessel itself. As you go around, you have a look around, you even probably go into the vessel, as probably one of the doors has been like permanently locked open as someone's taken away a fuse. You find that there's no sign of any Cerberus affiliation. It does appear to have been a relatively old ship that people were using to come here to basically do a prospecting like gig, and then broke down. As far as you can tell, it's been left open, parts have been sold off, and it's just stayed there. In terms of anything else, you'd probably note that there is a couple of access points into basically at the back of all of the bays. There will be a central well, which is an access well, which allows someone to climb down via a ladder instead of having to go up the stairs in case of an emergency, which also houses all of the ducts and tubes. So like the central power conduits and like the fuel pumps and stuff all go down there to be able to actually get like different things up to different levels. That does appear to be relatively secure compared to the rest of the facility. Like the lock on it is newer. The rest of the facility seems to have been kind of forgotten about and hasn't had any spare parts or anything in a fair few years by the look of it.
Could I thieves' tools into there?
It is newer, so it would probably require a electronics roll.
I can roll electronics then.
Okay.
I don't have hacking tools, but I could probably try and do the electronics.
It's at this point that Lessie, somewhat winded, makes it to the top of the stairs.
Okay. I'm going to just start looking at the ship to see if I see anything of importance or suspicious.
Okay. Gek, you notice I come out the top of the stairwell panting. It is, for your reference, a little over 2G. So all of you feel like you're carrying your body weight in a bit just walking around. Your armor would be able to compensate for a bit of that, but it's pretty heavy.
Oh, hey, Lessie. It's heavy here.
Yeah, how did you take some time to catch your breath? Did you see anything? Did you see anything?
I've been sitting here looking around for a while. It doesn't seem like this is Cerberus, but there might be something usable here. This lock thing. It's locked.
Oh, what does it do?
Well, I don't know. I wanted to get in. It seems secured and untouched, so I kind of wanted to figure it out. I was about to do my little tappy taps on the keypad here and see if I can figure out the password.
Do you want me to try the password? I can try the password.
Sure. I'm proficient in electronics, so she can have advantage, correct, EE?
Yep.
Okay.
I also have expertise. I have a +8 in electronics.
Oh, I have a 10.
Well, I'm not expertise in electronics, but it was a +8. So
okay,
go ahead.
that's still good. I would climb up and start messing with the keypad.
Mm-hmm.
So you said advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As you're doing this, Aelin and Poe manage to make it to the top of the stairs as well. Aelin is not as winded. Like, you're certainly feeling the strain, Aelin, but compared to everyone else, you're doing okay.
16 is a decent roll.
It is a decent roll.
Poe is also seemingly untroubled because he's just floating up the stairs.
Okay, you're gonna cast fly. Poe just doesn't even need to go up the stairs; just goes straight up the shaft in the middle and then across. Yeah, unfortunately, the keypad, as I mentioned, seems much more secure than the rest of the facility. And as you try and hack it, it just goes, and it sounds like several bolts lock in place in the door.
Oops.
I look at Gek.
That didn't sound good.
No, it did not. I could try it again.
With bolts locking in, I don't think that'll work. But cool thing about chips is, while the door might be locked, panels might be able to cut off. It'd just take a long time and it'd be very obvious.
I have a flamethrower. But that would be obvious. You're right.
I do have thieves' tools. This thing has been scrounged for parts. Is it potential opportunity for me to pry bar something off?
The ship.
From the outside, yeah.
Well,
probably not.
This is a panel in the back of the facility itself that leads down to the central utility nexus. If you want to pry bar something off the ship, that's totally different.
Oh, I thought this was a part of the ship.
No, this is part of the facility.
Oh. Yeah, we should probably move here. It probably sent a signal to somebody else that somebody tried to hack in here.
Yeah, you're probably right. I told that man that I like to fix things, so maybe he would just think that I tried to fix it.
Oh, idea. Smashes the key panel.
Okay. Make
Basically
me a melee
covering-
attack roll. With advantage, because it's a stationary object.
While this is going on, Poe just turns to Aelin and is like,
Have you seen Gek?
Do we want to know what he's up to? Oh, we probably should know what he's up to.
Roll damage. It's a reinforced control panel, but it's still a control panel. It is a vulnerable point. It's a little damaged. You can see the sparks have definitely marked it, and several of the keys are flickering now.
Now it makes sense that you were trying to fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it.
I immediately start scanning for cameras.
If we can see them at the back wall, it's like, Gek, why are you hitting the wall?
So Leslie can fix it.
Perhaps we should keep in mind our objective. Let us continue to the settlement, shall we?
Yeah, we should probably get away from here, but Leslie tried to fix it.
Yep, I tried to fix it.
You hear a
Let's go.
clank, 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 and a very, very tired, very out of breath, muscles and chest heaving as he's just had to run up several flights of stairs under 2.2 G. James makes it to your level.
Oh, James.
Why are you trying to get into the utility? Maintenance don't like it when I need a minute.
Yes, recover yourself.
It seems like this panel was damaged unless he was trying to fix it.
Yes, our friend Gek discovered
Our
it.
friend, they were trying to fix it.
He with a lot of effort raises his arm and has to kind of point like that. Just points up towards the corner, and you can see there's just a camera in the corner of the room.
I thought there might be.
I made a mistake. I thought this was a door to go to get a drink, or it was a part of an establishment.
You must understand, they've had nothing to eat but cabbage for many days now. They're all a little confused. I'll get them out of your hair, James. Thank you again. Oh, here's another couple of credits for you. Thank you.
Make a persuasion roll.
Yeah, I'll try.
Aelin is making sure she's not in view of James because she's trying to not just
You might
collapse.
just need to push him into the actual shaft where all the ships come down and be like, oh, it's an accident, oh well. 18.
That's an 18. Okay. 18 on persuasion.
Okay. I don't know what you're doing here, but I don't like maintenance. So let's just go. And I'll say something fell on it. Okay?
Thank you, James, for being so understanding.
Gek also shakingly points at the camera like what about that?
I have access to that footage. Don't worry. I don't have to deal with maintenance, so...
You have been very kind, James. You've been very kind.
You can have more cabbages.
I don't know what cabbages...
You'll find them. They're on the ship.
That would be trespassing on your... I'm not meant to do that.
Just tell
Yes,
Emily Gek said so. Or not Gek, Sneck.
I'm so confused.
You can safely ignore all of his advice, James. Just thank you so much.
I'm gonna sit down. And
Yes, that would be wise.
finds a bench and sits down it. You can go now. Thank you for... Your ship's very well patched, by the way. My compliments to your engineers. Did a really good job. It's very well kept.
Let us continue on our way then, shall we? Without any further improvements on the local electronics?
Puts away his Omni Whip.
I would slide down and look at Poe like, oh, Poe's disappointed in me. And
And Poe just sort of looks back as like, oh, I am not disappointed in you at all. Don't worry.
As you slide down, you realize that sliding down on a planet like this is a very bad idea, because as you get lower to the ground, you're like, oh, and I can't get back up. I can't get back up. I'm stuck. I'm stuck on the floor. You have to like physically lift her off the floor and like help right her.
I mean, I don't have to physically. I could use biotics.
That is true. You could use biotics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can both probably support them with biotics if need be.
Yeah, I have lift.
I've got lift.
Consent.
you just see me start sliding, and I imagine you just create a biotic cradle for me to like lift me back up.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm not used to this.
All right, let's go.
Continuing towards the settlement, I guess. Yeah, we were. Our cover story was we were just trying to get some road snacks and whatnot. So
we could have gone to the control tower if people hadn't wrecked something.
What?
If you hadn't decided to hit a wall and get caught on camera, we could have tried going to the control room without.
In all fairness, I came here to look at that, but then this was interesting.
Yeah.
Understandable.
There's something behind here, I'm telling you. We should try later. Probably this time.
Generally, why people lock doors is if there's something behind it.
Yeah, it might be best to keep a lid on your natural exuberance just for the moment. I do not mean to stifle you, but caution should be exercised.
Okay.
Okay.
Clearly not gonna do that.
Yeah, Poe knows.
Okay, good talk.
Aylan's gonna go last to make sure that the other ones are going okay up.
Okay. Also, bear in mind, full damage is doubled here. So, just be careful.
Okay.
Effectively, it's not quite doubled. It's more that the distances are halved. So instead of every 10 foot, it's every 5 foot. So, okay, you make your way. I assume you want to go into the colony now to get your road snacks.
Yeah.
You make your way to the tunnel that seems to go a slight upwards angle. It's a very faint upwards angle, but you do manage to get to it and start walking up it. It looks like at one point there was a, what's it called? Like you have in airports where it's effectively a flat escalator.
Yeah.
Like a really long treadmill.
Walking
things. There's one of them.
A walkalator.
Sure, a walkalator. There's one of them. But chat's not as much help, by the way. They're like people mover. Good job there, chat.
Well, the one that's like steps is called an escalator, so I'm calling it a walkalator.
Anyway, it's broken, so you have to walk anyway.
Why walk when you can fly?
Or fly, as you're about it, God. Eventually you get to the end and make your way into the center of what is Eris. Unfortunately, a somewhat run-down area. The place near you do seem to have a semblance of life. You notice that there are places with lights on, people moving around, but outside of the very immediate area of maybe like 50 meters around the entrance, a lot of the buildings just seem empty, abandoned, and ghostly. Like, there's a number of them that don't look abandoned because they were never lived in to begin with. They were built, they were prefabbed, and then never touched because no one ever moved into them. The actual dome above you is huge and encompasses the entire settlement. And outside, you can only see really shadows and a very bright blob, which seems to take up a good chunk of the horizon, which is the star. Anything that moves in front of that is just seen as a shadow. You can't even really make out the signs of the hills nearby. But
is there a Mass Effect? Yeah, is there a Mass Effect field in here that makes it easier to walk?
Nope.
Dang it.
That would make it a very large Mass Effect field, so no.
I want a personal Mass Effect field now.
There are armor add-ons that you may be able to purchase, yes.
I've got one right now. I'm flying in it.
As Get's like, Dush, dush.
He can't really move as fast as he wants to move, and it's bothersome.
So looking for the local equivalent of, I guess, a bar or a restaurant.
Yep. There are a couple. Nowhere that would really be particularly good quality. It does seem that everything that would have money here either went downhill or never existed in the first place. Everything here seems to be kind of like a vaguely seedy bar, or at best a it's okay kind of bar. But there are a number of them. And you can see that there are several where people have just kind of taken tables from inside the bar, put them outside, and just having pints outside in the middle of the street with no real will to just keep the actual, what's the word? The custom inside the bar. Doesn't seem there's any real central authority anymore for that. So people are happily just, we'll just move the chairs and tables into the street, and that's where we will have our bar. There are a few places nearby that seem to be like that. And there are probably only one or two that have any clientele at the moment.
What is the most, I think the most populated one is probably the wisest. Do any of them seem to have internal Mass Effect fields?
None of the bars, no.
Well, let us refresh ourselves.
You'll note that most of the bars here have very strange straws. It's basically like you would imagine a normal straw, but where the bend is, there seems to be a little gizmo, and you can kind of hear the kind of faint sound of like a tiny little pump working every time someone tries to drink from them. Because that is a lot of effort if your drink weighs twice as much.
What's the name of the nearest establishment? Or the most populated one, I should say.
The Gilt Pom. And it's just a giant, like, golden pomegranate is kind of the symbol.
Oh, it's a sign. It's clearly a sign. We'll head towards that first.
Okay.
I'm just following Poe at this point, trying to not get into more trouble.
Okay. There are 3 people outside, 2 women and a man. All of them look relatively poorly off. Clothing is kind of like that standard, like Mass Effect, you go to the docks and there's always people in overalls that are like a bit shabby. It's that.
And do we spot everyone is human that we see, or do we spot any aliens?
One of them is a Turian. The man's a Turian. Both women are human, though.
I rolled a perception to see if I see anything of interest as we're walking. Probably not, but
I mean, what do you count as interesting?
I'm looking for anything related to, like art therapy or anything that is like a sign of Cerberus or criminal underworld things, because I come from the criminal underworld. Anything that like stands out.
The things that would stand out to you are that this probably is not big enough to really have a proper criminal underworld. But the one thing that would stand out is that if people can get hold of good quality minerals and stuff, or rare, like small, like what's it called? High value small object minerals, like in the real world, diamonds. If they would be able to smuggle them out of any of the mines that are owned by the bigger corporations, that's probably where the actual crime here would lie. Anything beyond that, it's not really a big enough colony to have a proper criminal enterprise or any sort of criminal network. But as in real life, where people doing diamond mining in Africa try and then hide the diamonds on them and stuff and then make out with the diamonds, that's probably where any crime, if there is any, exists.
Okay.
As we enter the bar, Poe will just sort of float directly, up to the bar itself and speak to whoever's there.
It's like, my crew and I seek some meals and beverages.
Okay. The sort of 16-year-old human behind the bar, little boy with like red hair, somewhat short for his age, presumably because he's been on this planet a fair few years when he's meant to be growing and really hasn't. He's about 4'6". Right.
So quite tall then. Very tall to Poe.
Oh, yeah. I can help you. You want meals and drink? Sure. That'll be an amount of credits that is so insignificant to you that I'm not going to give you an amount of credits, but it's quoted. I'll bring it out in 30 minutes. If you want to make yourself comfortable, any of the seats out front.
Thank you. Yes. Is there a place to a convenience store or someone to buy snacks? We require road snacks.
There's a few places nearby.
Space snacks, I suppose. Yeah.
There's also a vending machine we've got out back.
Oh, yes, that might be perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Fun little fact, Leslie and Aileen and Poe, is that if there's any crime here, it's probably from people stealing gems and like hiding them on their bodies and then selling them.
How did you know that?
I pay attention.
Oh. Do you see people with gemstones?
And I'm gonna start scanning around.
Sure, it's got like this like ear stud. It's got just a bright like big gem. No.
Oh.
Did you actively witness someone hiding a gemstone in one of their crevices?
Oh, damn it.
No. But I was looking around as we were walking in, and this place isn't developed enough in a sense to have. Anyway, it's not developed enough to have like a real organized crime kind of syndicate, but now it could have very well people that are basically stealing stuff from their job and selling it on the black market.
I suppose. Yes.
Because this place looks like it needs a little bit of a fixer-upper, and based on the price of this meal, that's probably how the best way to get money.
Indeed. If you will excuse me a moment.
Poe floats over. He's probably got his drink at this point and is waiting for this meal. So he floats over to the Turian.
Okay.
Greetings to you.
Hey. Why are you? Don't get many biotics around here.
Yes, I find that it is quite efficacious in dealing with the local gravity.
Effort. Okay.
It's effective.
Right. I got that from context.
Yes. Tell me, my friend, what is the attitude of this area towards those of the non-human persuasion? I ask because we have encountered some rather prejudiced individuals in this sector.
That's unfortunate. This is one of the few mining colonies there isn't really any, well, no more than the normal prejudice.
Oh, that is good to hear. A tolerant colony is always more welcoming.
More like an empty colony. Maybe just not enough people to be prejudiced here.
It could be. How long have you been here?
Just over a year.
Yes.
What was the former colony that we were on?
Zagreus.
Yeah, I just sort of casually mentioned
It's like, yes, tolerance is always best. Zagreus, a very intolerant place I have found. We stopped in there briefly.
Yeah,
You've heard
had
of
to
it.
lay over there.
No doubt you experienced the same.
I only got off the ship for one night. Almost got into a bar fight. There was this one guy in the bar, complete asshole.
Oh, I believe we may have encountered him. Though I suspect there are no shortage of those.
True.
You have not noticed then any loyalty towards, shall we say, certain human-centric organizations?
What are you getting at?
I think you know of what I speak. Human supremacists, as it were.
Not that I know of, but I don't want to get involved in any of that.
Well, I don't either. This is why I ask. Best to steer clear of such people.
I'll drink to that.
What is your name, friend?
Give me a sec.
Julius.
A pleasure. A pleasure. I am Edgar Poe. Would you allow me to stand you a drink?
I'll let anyone buy me a drink if it's for free.
Yes. Good fortune to you then.
Thank you. Poe. Why are you here?
We experienced a bit of a coolant leak in our ship. Our engineer thought it best to put in for some repairs, and we required road snacks.
Yeah, well, apparently it's a lot of effort taking a ship into a 2G atmosphere, especially when you've got a dodgy engine.
This is what brought you here?
That's what kept me here. Me and the rest of the crew.
What was your purpose in traveling?
We came here for the good mining, trying to take some of the palms that the mining companies didn't get.
And you were successful?
If I was successful, I wouldn't still be here.
Yes. Well, I wish you increased fortune then. Enjoy your drink.
Careful, though. It can be dangerous.
How so?
There's no air outside. It's blisteringly hot. High radiation. The high gravity will kill you if you fall down a step. And some of the mines can be treacherous. My partner is still missing.
Oh, my condolences.
Could I try a persuade roll to get a little more information out of him?
Sure, give me a persuade roll and then roleplay out, and we'll see how far this goes.
Right. That'll be, hold on, I'm just a little laggy, sorry. This is persuade.
27. Okay. This Turin does seem deep in his cups, so to speak, and will happily let you buy him a drink, and for that, will also happily talk quite a bit. As soon as the drink arrives, you noticeably see him open up the body language a bit.
Yes. I am, of course, concerned. Our crew, as you can see, is largely non-human. That is why I was asking about, well, I will be frank, Cerberus activity in this area.
Right.
You've not noticed anything in that area, no?
Not really. I wouldn't be here if there was any Cerberus activity. Didn't they save a whole bunch of humans recently?
Say again, sorry?
Wasn't it Cerberus that stopped the attacks on those human colonies?
Oh. That is not something.
Shepard.
Oh, right, yes. Shepard, yes. I have heard this name before.
Shepard.
I wait around waiting for someone to say Rex. Nobody does.
Oh, really unfortunate.
So yeah, he doesn't seem to have any more useful information in particular. Yes.
I've not encountered Cerberus around here. Not my area of expertise.
Of course. As I say, Julius, enjoy your drink, and may your fortunes improve.
Same to you.
I'll come back, basically relay that. I mean, it's not terribly useful information. We already knew all about the gravity and whatnot, but yeah, if the Cerberus is here, they're certainly not making themselves as well known. So the other group was the sort of more public-facing group that was only
Terra Firma.
Yeah, and
That's the
I would have asked
political,
about.
and there's a connection between the two. Yes.
Yeah, so I would have asked about Terra Firma as well, and same thing. I assume.
I mean, there's some political representation here, but not enough that anyone cares. There's probably only 80 people in this entire colony.
Does Terra Firma maintain any sort of presence here in terms of an organization?
Not really. There's a few people who always say loudly that they always vote for Terra Firma regardless of their policies, but that's about it.
And who might these people be?
I don't know. We were in the same bar at one point, and they were loudly talking about how Commander Shepard had saved them and everyone.
Thank you again.
And as I say, I'll relay this information the little bit of information that I gleaned to everybody.
So there does not seem to be a pronounced Terra Firma presence here.
Did they say what mine their partner went missing in?
They did not, but it was not asked. If you want to, you can ask.
By the way,
yeah, so he just sort of read like,
Welcome back,
you said,
friend.
Yes, my condolences again on your missing partner. Where did you say they went missing?
It didn't.
Oh, do you mind divulging that?
Definitely not inside any mining corporation's restricted area.
Ah, I see. You may rely upon my discretion.
They went down into the old Hippoi mines. Most of that's being cordoned off and restricted because it's unstable.
And how long ago?
About 2 weeks.
Again, my sorrows for your trouble.
It's appreciated, friend.
So yes, go back and
Been a lot
let
of
the others know.
time with Follis. Good client race. Always been friends to the Turian.
Indeed. May that long continue.
You know, you've got a benefit here.
Oh,
You're much
so?
lower to the ground, you're much more stable. Being a Turian
yes.
here is very dangerous. Very tall, very unstable base. Your center of gravity is much lower.
Yes. I have long thought that the sphere is the most pleasing shape.
Sure it is.
I'll leave him to his drink. Relay. And sorry, what was the mine again?
The Hippoi mine.
Boy, mine. Okay.
No, it is not much to go on, but it could simply be a routine mining accident.
In a restricted mine? Abandoned? Already knows Cerberus has a base?
This might be an ideal location for it.
We think that door we were trying to get into probably has access to that, and that's why it locked. It seems weird to have that kind of security on a maintenance door.
With bolt locking, I agree.
Perhaps if we are to engage in any further investigation of that door, disabling the camera might be a priority.
Yes.
Also, is that door in other bays? Could we try a different bay and disable the camera?
I could try looking or getting into some blueprints or even the closed circuit television or cameras, see what I can find.
Do we reckon we could do that sort of thing from back at the ship, or will we need to find access here in the complex?
If you want to get into like restricted stuff like blueprints or whatever, you would need to find some actual terminal that has them, as those would become kind of restricted. If you just wanted to do something more simple, like hack the camera and try and break through a door, that you could do on site just by getting access to those devices.
I want to message Emily and see if James is still around near our ship.
That guy, I sent him away. He did very much like the patchwork job. But I assumed you didn't want him accidentally walking in on Leslie's room with all the
No, not on my ship at all. Thank you. And the patch does look good. I will hang up.
Idea. Maybe being a mechanic and a mechanic, they could go on a mechanic conversation.
Right, I think I'm gonna sign off now. This is going one of these ways again.
What, you guys could talk about mechanic stuff.
He's not there anymore, Gek.
Oh.
Emily sent him away, which means that the control tower probably has him back up there, so...
Poe will make a show of going up to that vending machine and getting, like, big handfuls of bags of crisps and things like that.
Aylin's gonna steal one and just start eating.
So, and this will be sort of in a more hushed tone, just amongst the table.
What do we think our next move should be?
You think there's really anything for us to find here?
Perhaps not. We could follow up on that mine.
I wonder if Cerberus is the one buying a lot of the gemstones.
We believe they have a facility on this planet. The question is how best to locate it.
Maybe we could scan from our ship?
Or we could check the other ship that hasn't been salvaged for parts.
Very well. If we were to return to the bay, Gek, do you think you could slip away and make such investigations?
Yeah, I can try again.
We also know Hislop was communicating with someone on Persephone. Can we track that at this point?
You managed to ascertain that it was in the location-ish of this colony, give or take an area. This is the only thing other than 3 satellite mines that are around the colony. So...
Would I be able to hack to find exactly where the message was sent?
No, that would have been the result of your previous hacking to do that.
Okay.
So it's someone or an organization within the colony proper is...
Or at one of the 3 nearby mines, because there are also 3 mines that are outside the colony, but you have to go overland to reach them. The old mine that is sited at the colony itself is abandoned because it doesn't produce anything anymore. And that's the one that's underneath the colony. There are 3, though, that are outside in the near vicinity.
And is one of those the colony where the Turian's partner went missing?
No, that was in the mine here at the colony itself, which is now abandoned.
Okay.
I guess it depends on which way we want to go with this. We could go try to open one of these doors. We could scan, we could go. Do you think it's worth looking into the friend who died in the mine?
It's possible. If the communication was sent to the abandoned mine, an abandoned mine might be a perfect place to have a clandestine operation. I think perhaps being methodical, let us begin with the mine that is here and then move on.
Okay.
So I'm still looking at the ship, right?
What do we think we would like to start with?
Perhaps we should split up?
That is never a good idea.
I promise I won't bring anybody back to the ship.
Yes, but you will recall that was a nearly fatal error fairly recently.
I misread the situation. I didn't know that this
Which way's closer?
informant or
Is it closer for us right now to go check out the mine or go back to the ship?
Wait, are you thinking about bringing people back to the ship?
no? You know when I almost died. I thought that man who sent you that thing on your Omni tool, the picture at the bar when you almost tried to fight.
Oh, the guy who... No, wait, he didn't kill you. Or different.
No, he was dead when I got back after locking Rin in their room, and so that was with the
I start just nervously looking around.
Yeah.
those
She took him back for a blow by blow.
No, I took him back for an investigation. Interrogation time.
Yeah, you wanted a blow by blow account.
I was going to interrogate him, and I came back, and his throat was slit, and then I was attacked.
Wouldn't that mean he was giving her a blow by blow?
He was gonna give her the lowdown.
Anyway, let's moving on.
The closest would be the mining facility in the colony, since you are in the colony, but it's not that far to also just go back to your ship. They're both almost equally close.
Since we are together, I think we should investigate the mine first.
It would look a lot more suspicious if we went back to our ship that's fixed and then went back out to the mine.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We may wish to let Gek provide a bit of secretive movement first. He might be able to enter undetected, scout things.
Gek's mouth is moving, but we're not hearing any words.
I can stealth things. Yeah. I can do that. I can definitely do that. We're not bringing anybody back to the ship, though, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay, good, because I locked my room and I don't want anybody stealing the rest of the cabbages.
Then why'd you tell James to go ask for some?
Well, I was giving them to James. I thought James, like Poe was giving him whatever the button on his watch does. I was giving him cabbages.
This is my Omni tool. This is not a watch.
Yeah, that. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted. I'm thinking about the ship. I wonder what's on that ship. I should go to the ship. We're going to the ship, right?
No, this way.
The mine, Gek. Please focus.
Let's go to a restricted mine. We're going to go play in a restricted mine. Let's go.
Oh, we're hunting for gemstones to sell on the black market. Got it. I'm in.
So the main product from this world is heavy metals and ezo that is occasionally found in granite poms, otherwise known as poms or sometimes pomegranates. Gems are relatively rare, but sure, there might be gems. Towards one edge of the giant dome, there is a very large kind of pit in the ground, which is built up with a load of scaffolding around it and so on. It looks like the actual mine facility was being expanded and then just stopped halfway through. You can tell there's just a big fence around it, kind of this wire mesh fence with relatively poor security. Like, there are a few cameras set up and some, like, barriers. But other than that, it's relatively poor security.
Can I do like a scan around just to see? I just want to see if there's anything suspicious, or it's just people milling about, or it's weirdly quiet, or anything like that.
Oh, make an investigate.
Okay. Oh.
11. I mean, it's quiet. I guess probably not weirdly quiet, but like there's no one around here because it is an abandoned mine. I'm not sure how weirdly quiet can really apply to an abandoned mine.
I do have a passive perception if that does anything of 20.
Yeah, I mean,
As we're making
you
our way.
notice everything I described. Yeah. That would
Are
be
there
it for
any-
perception.
Are there people obviously on guard around, or does it mostly look automated?
It looks mostly automated, if that. You would probably file this more under, since you're quite professional at this, and this is dissuade rather than actually do anything about it. There might be someone whose job is to come over if you trip something, but it's mostly just a show of don't try and trespass, it's dangerous, etc. There are signs up saying like abandoned mine, dangerous, chance of cave in, do not set foot inside the perimeter, unstable. A lot of just very evident, don't go in here, it's not good.
Perhaps I should lead the way and make sure there's not any traps or anything ahead of us. Yeah, we agree.
I was
All right.
surprised you waited for an answer.
Just be careful.
Poe did tell me not to get up to my antics, and I want to make sure you guys are safe.
Okay. In which case, if you're all going forwards, I assume you want to stealth this?
I would want Leslie to try to hack the security so that way we don't trip any electronic stuff, if that's cool.
Yeah,
It'll be stealth to begin with, because you've got to get like within the perimeter to get to any of the devices. So bear in mind to keep your dexterity score halved. It should auto-calculate everything. Just make sure you make a note of what it is normally so you can reset it later. Please all make me stealth checks.
Poe is actually hanging back.
Mhm.
He's not, because his stealth will be so, like, he will just get us caught. So yeah, he's going to hang back.
Sure.
You're hanging back. I feel like Alien would want to kind of hang closer to you, and like that way we could pretend we were talking or something, and like just not, basically be ready to be distraction versus.
Sure, although this is more like an ongoing test to kind of make your way into the mine. So if you are going to be trying to go in, I will still need a test anyway, just to be a general stealth check. But if you're going to like hold back and not enter, that's fine.
Is there any benefit if Poe is still flying? Because like that's kind of a quiet thing to do.
Stealth with advantage?
It's not necessarily loudness noise, it's also not being seen and trying to keep behind cover, etc. So there's a combination throughout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shall we all just make our stealth checks then, or what do you what do you think? Yeah. All right.
got
Let's
mine.
try it.
I had a -2 on mine.
Yeah, I've got a +7 down from a +12.
I got a -1,
Okay.
but I'm going to use luck.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. I kept forgetting you had that.
You also have an inspiration dice, a d6, if
Oh
you wish
yeah,
to
you
spend
can.
it.
Yeah. So
I'll probably end up spending that anyway, but let's get it higher than a minus whatever it is.
A
I really
21,
hope-
a 17, a 12, and a -1.
I really hope you roll well this time.
You can get worse.
You can.
That's true.
All right, it's positive.
You want to spend that d6?
8, and then a d6 on top of that.
Okay.
Seven,
Oh.
8, 9. I got a 9 for stealth.
Okay, your median score is 14.5. So with the median 14.5, as you enter very quietly with a floating biotic god behind you, seemingly you don't trip any alarms. Nothing makes a siren, nothing strobe lights. And you seem to make it close enough that you can start hacking some of the actual, like, security devices. Motion sensors, a few cameras. If you want to start hacking them, go ahead.
Okay. What should I do? Electronics for that?
Hacking.
Okay.
14.75. Whoop, whoop.
All right. I'm nervous.
That's decent. That's good.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. as you start shutting down all the devices, because you rolled so highly, they aren't shut down so much as they are obviously blank to where you are moving, and you now have yourself a section which is a rolling blocked section. Effectively, if you keep within the section during the amount of time, it will not register you, but it still seems to be operating to anyone who looks at the system casually. However, you also note that despite all these systems being relatively old, there do appear to be systems patched in further into the mine which are newer.
So just to be clear, I got the ones out here, not the ones in the mine?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to relay that to the team.
I got most of them looped, but inside I'm going to have to do some more work.
Yes, the fact that there is supplementary and newer security inside makes me think we are perhaps on the right track.
Do you guys want me to run ahead and see if I can just electronics my way through things, or because I'm a bit sneakier. I can do that stuff. It might be more taxing, but I could possibly crawl in the ceiling.
In our experience of knowing each other and the last week, has he gotten like really good electronics that I've noticed?
Not as good as yours. They're still decent.
I look to Poe and Aelin.
Perhaps.
How about you go ahead and check them out, and then let us help, or well, let Leslie help.
Yeah, maybe I can find a path.
I am thinking perhaps it is best we stick together in case we run into trouble.
Well, I was saying we stick together, but like I'm just like a little bit in front.
Like, what, 5 feet?
I was thinking more like within a D&D round, like what they say in
60 feet.
Okay. Sure, yeah, we can let Gekby point, I guess, but we'll try to keep him within visual range.
Yeah,
Well,
not 60 feet. That's too far.
I imagine I'm 12 feet. 12 meters, 12 meters.
12
because
meters, okay.
Perfect. I can charge that much.
because we're half speed, yeah.
Okay, good point. You're half speed, so it'll be 30 feet, 12 meters. Sure. In which case, I will consider that to all be going as a group because you're actually in a block. So as you make your way further in and actually start going from what would be considered like just the outskirts, the actual scaffolding, etc., you start actually going down into the mine itself. You notice that this used to obviously be some sort of what's it called? A magma tube. Quite a large one. But it has been bored out and left empty. But you can notice incisions into the side where people have started to take things out. Several of these look quite round. Like this is possibly where pomegranates were placed into the side of the magma tube and they have ripped them out with some force. You notice that the rock around them is broken. But you start making your way hazardously down. Now, the footing here is quite hazardous. Does anyone have climbing equipment? Poe's floating. But anyone else? Yek.
I do. I have all terrain.
Yes, you do. You're fine. Aelin? Leslie?
I do not have climbing equipment.
Okay.
I just have lift, so I could help someone else. I also have catapult, but that doesn't really help here.
Thieves'
is
tools
also
does
really
include
short-term, right?
ropes.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
both are.
I will also say Thieves' tools does include ropes and a grappling hook.
Don't have those either.
That's generally involved in Thieves' tools in 5e, I believe.
Yeah, although it lacks a piton and like everything else you'd probably need.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say that that's probably not enough to count as getting the advantage for this. But with two of you immune to this, Leslie and Aelin, please make me athletic rolls.
I'm gonna toss up my barrier first, so that way if Leslie starts to fall, I can like
Your
chuck
barrier
it at her.
only lasts a minute, and this is an extended test. It'll probably take a good half an hour.
Okay, yeah, I'll wait.
Athletics,
Mm-hmm.
15.
Okay.
Decent.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I have a +7 and I have a 9.
I know. Yeah. So Leslie,
Not a natty 1, though. Be happy it's not a natty 1.
like you are climbing under more than 2 Gs. Like, you are climbing with someone strapped to your back, and yet you're still managing it pretty well. You're actually surprised at yourself, and you do wonder again, that thought comes across your mind, are you more than just biological? Or maybe you were just engineered very well. And then you hear the sound of shifting rock, and you look down at your foot like, oh no, have I done... No, you're actually fine. And then a blue shape just goes past you at double speed. Aelin, roll me a d8 for how many tens of feet you fall.
Also, I am purple, not...
Oh, you are purple. So... Oh.
Ooh.
See, I roll really well.
Yeah.
Where you
Could I
don't
try-
need to. This is how many more tens of feet you fall.
Yeah.
Could I try catching Aelin with the lift?
Lift isn't a reaction, is it?
I think it's an action. Yeah.
Yeah, you fall effectively instantly because you're falling double speed. You'd fall a distance of, I think, like, I can't remember what the D&D rule is. I think it's like 200 feet or something per round, or maybe more than that. 70 feet is just instantly.
Since barrier's a bonus action, any chance I could chuck it up?
Probably not, I'm afraid. As you fall, there is a bone-crunching sound from deep down in the magma tube as you take 44 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh!
Ignoring shield.
Oh!
Because it's melee damage.
That's fine.
And that's not even Aelin bloodied, so Aelin quite happily stands up after this. Like, it hurts. It is painful. But Aelin, like, just, like, one hand down, like, lifts herself back up as you look down at this purple form. Not too badly hurt. Hurt, though.
Oh, Aelin, that looked painful. Are you all right?
Yeah, don't fall, please.
Aelin, are you okay?
I'm like calling down from my shaky like rock area.
Just don't fall. I'm good.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Like I'm gonna just am I at the bottom now, or do I have to roll again? Okay, I get down and can I try to heal Aelin?
If you wanna.
Okay, I'd like, yeah, I have.
Let's not have our tank start off at half HP.
No,
I'm not at half yet. I'm fine.
Okay, well,
I'm at
you got a lot
71.
of hit points. You got a lot of hit points. All right.
I have a medical kit. Can I just use that?
Medical kit.
Metagel.
Med gel's for instant healing. The med kit is, if it's anything like the D&D med kit, is for stabilizing someone.
Let me. I have first aid adaptive, which I could do as well.
What does Metagel?
Med gel's potion, so it's like 2d4 plus 2. Medical kit. It just carries up to 4 med gel in the kit and has a bioscanner,
Okay.
medical foam, quick hardening cast tape, and a scalpel with 10 blades and a bone saw.
If I see
Oh, great.
if I see Leslie trying to heal me, I'm just gonna use Metagel to be like, look, no, it's fine, it's fine.
But
Because
She said-
I know that.
well, I want you to be okay. You fell quite a long way.
Yo, I'm good. Do not worry, I'm fine.
Can I roll for how high Aelin bounces?
Not high. There is very, very little distance that she will bounce considering the gravity here. So, probably like 2 inches. But as you get down there and you're wondering, how high does she bounce? With your passive perception, you notice a little further down and kind of into one of the depressions of where the magma tube kind of shifts to the side, so it's now like in permanent darkness. There is a body.
Corinne.
Does appear to be a Tyrion, yeah.
Gek doesn't immediately say anything, but he says, I think I found that person's partner.
Indeed.
Let's make sure Aelin's okay first.
Yes. Yes.
Can I actually still? I know cast isn't the right word. Can I use first aid adaptive on Aelin?
If she consents.
Please let me just.
I'm good. I just use Metagel.
for me. Will you do it for me?
Okay.
And I won't say anything else, and then I will attempt to try to heal Aelin. I got 7.
I'm back over 80. That's good.
Rolled a 1 plus a 6 on that.
I just need you to be okay.
At least you'll be resistant to fall damage now.
Is that how it works? You build up a resistance to gravity?
That's great.
Yeah.
For 1 minute, you are resistant to bludgeoning.
Yep. So if you're gonna fall again, do it now. Just swan dive the next section.
Yeah, totally. I'm just going, it's cool.
How infiltrators infiltrate the enemy base. Dun, 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 dun. How vanguards infiltrate the enemy base. Weep! I'm there! I'm thinking specifically of that moment, like at the beginning of GoldenEye, where he's going down the dam with the descender harness, and just Aelin just jumping past him.
I could charge towards the bottom if there's something. I could just.
It's very much the Captain America jumping out of the airplane without a parachute kind of thing. Isn't it?
Yep. So, you have a somewhat battered Aelin and a body lying in the shadows that does appear to be a Tyrion.
Perception or investigation to examine the body?
To examine it, what are you examining it for? Because it'd be either investigation or medicine.
Yeah, I'd probably go with medicine for cause of death. I mean, it's probably obviously the fall, but if there were any other injuries on the body besides just those caused by falling a great height, the high gravity world.
Okay, medicine roll it is.
There we go.
20.
How'd I...
So with a 20, as you look over the body, it does appear to be a female Tyrion. A lot of the bony exoskeleton is shattered. They definitely fell from quite a height. And that does appear to be the cause of death. However, you do notice, as you're going over the body, that there is a slight electrical burn starting at one of the shoulder blades that seems to have slightly singed the clothing. And as you look through more specifically at the muscle tissue itself, it is all cramped and tight around that arm. And it looks like they possibly pre-death were tased.
And then perhaps thrown down this shaft.
That would be beyond the realms of a medicine check, but wouldn't be beyond the realms of your logic.
Yeah. I'll try... let's see. Actually, can I take... I assume my Omni tool, I can take sort of photographic evidence of all this.
Yeah. Scan the body, and then you'll just load that data in. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Would an investigation check help with putting those pieces together?
I don't think you need to make an investigation check. If you want to just say, that seems, then you can totally assume that, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just let everybody else know.
This individual appears to have been subjected to electric shock, perhaps tased. I might assume that this happened pre-mortem, and possibly they were thrown down the shaft after they were incapacitated.
That's an interesting way. I've never thought about killing somebody that way.
But it does appear to be a rather effective means, especially on this world.
Rather brutal. I bet you that hurt.
While they're looking at the body, can I start, just because of the way that she died and then the manner that she did, I want to start seeing if I can hack into the security system, if there's like a system or something down here that I need to disarm or hack into.
You don't see any obvious security system. However, as you're looking around, passive perception of 20, Gek, you do notice that further along, kind of very much in the shadows now, as you're going further down the tube, you can see a good way past here that there is a flat section of what appears to be like a concrete wall, like something was walled off.
Seems like something is blocked down here, by the way, if you didn't notice.
And there are cables running along that, which you could possibly do the hacking into, yeah.
Yeah, that might be a access point. You might need to cut it open though, Lessie. But I'm more curious to see what this guy has on him if they took his stuff. He was tased and then thrown off. I imagine he'd still have stuff on him. Maybe there's stuff on him. I'm checking for like key cards or OmniTool programs that are on him or any like data.
She has a very broken OmniTool.
Sorry.
And that's pretty much it.
Can I hack the OmniTool? Or like try to access it, like a USB into it, a part of it?
You would need to fix it. It is very broken.
Okay. I know I have a tendency to break OmniTools in this. I was just going to see if I could break another one. I'm going to go over to the...
This is as if someone took an iPad and then threw it off a building that was 140 foot tall.
Okay.
It's quite broken.
I can't... Can I like investigate to see if there's a part of it that is still intact that I might be able to access information from?
Not without an engineering check, but you could take the OmniTool and then try and fix it with an engineering check, but that would require specialist facilities, i.e. your ship or somewhere that is not currently a magma well, unless you wanted to camp out here for a few hours.
Let's just take it.
Yeah, I would pack it into a bag or get the pieces.
Notably, it is somewhat inside the arm, so you have to like unwrap bits of it from the flesh and bone of the arm and put it into the bag.
Weirdly enough, as I'm doing it, it doesn't seem like I'm phased at all. It just seems like very almost robotic in a way, and I'm just going to put it in the bag.
Does Poe have any insight into Turian funeral rites or that sort of thing?
Probably. I mean, the Volus have a very good relationship with the Turians, so Turian funeral rites. Wait, what? There's a thing on this.
There's got to be a codex entry somewhere on that.
They have elaborate set of funeral processes that are believed to necessitate to ensure the safe passage to the afterlife. Protocols involve preserving the body of the deceased, invoking the spirits through ritual and prayer, and burial with specific grave goods to help the spirit of the deceased retain their mortal identity. Custom of humans to be interred in family vaults located in their signature necropoli or the scale and grandeur. So yes, the body would be kept and then interred with stuff.
Okay, well, obviously we can't really remove the body from here without letting people we've know we've been in the mine. So Poe will do, close the eyes, assuming the eyes have not been smashed from their sockets by the fall, and probably say he's probably been to a Turian funeral at some point. Say a brief prayer over them, but also intending to come back from the body for the body when it is possible.
Seeing that Poe is doing this, Gek will probably say, perhaps we mark the location and let their friend know.
Yeah, making note of that. I've got the data from the body scan and also making note of exactly where it is in the mine.
At some location, probably the same bar, there's a Turian just sitting there with a drink, and then the OmniTool goes blink, and they look at it and it says, Gek would like to share that location with you.
Wait, he didn't have that Turian's info.
Okay. You easily can just mark the location for later. That's not a problem.
All right. Let us continue onwards, I think. Do we think we've gleaned everything we possibly can here?
Yeah, we're probably going to hack that wall.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd go to the wire or however I can access this and see what I can figure out.
As you get closer to the wall, you notice a few things. Firstly, it is a very large concrete slab that has just effectively been placed here and set. It seems to just wall off the rest of the magma tunnel. There does appear to be an old wire that's going down that is kind of decayed a little bit. And there is a metal hatch just set into the door itself. Big mechanical lock.
Ooh, mechanical lock. Yay.
You can do lock. Gek can do lock picking, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's mechanical, though.
But there is a sensor system that seems to be just sweeping the area in front of the wall.
Can Gek and I work together since he knows how to use locks and I know how to do electronic hacking things, and with our powers combined, I get advantage.
No, but you can hack the thing and then he can hack the lock.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can turn off the sensor thing and then I can do the lock.
All right.
That's the hope.
I tried to lawyer it. Okay. I'd like to try.
You may
I
try
will
to hack.
stand by ready to something.
All right. And you want me to use my hacker's kit, right?
Yeah, this would be a hacking.
21.
Okay. Yet again, you manage to just make a slight dead zone, and it should be probably unnoticeable to anyone else.
Okay.
All right, it should be down. It's your turn, Gek.
Here's the problem. My dex is halved.
Good for you that this is such an old and kind of brute force mechanical lock that it's actually going to be a strength feasible test. A good chunk of this is going to be literally forcing the actual mechanical sections of the door.
Yeah,
to
that's
turn.
worse.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to just try to punch it off?
I mean, you've got
just-
reliable talent, so it can't be that bad. Okay, it can still be that bad. You're proficient, right?
I am.
Okay. Not that bad.
So
So
minimum
it's
of
at
10.
least a 12.
Oh, God.
I mean, to be fair, that probably will beat me because I rolled bad.
It's a 14. I rolled high.
Okay.
I have a -2 to strength EE.
Okay. It takes probably a good, like, minute. Maybe two for Lessie to hack the security system. And she gives you the nod, and in you go. And you grab the handle, and you begin to turn. You put your feet up, and you begin to turn, and your entire body is straining against this lock. And you probably spend a good, like, 5-6 minutes before there's a... And then you start to unscrew the hatch, and then there's a...
Maybe I can lift the hammer after all.
I was about to do a Dr. Horrible reference, but
Ooh,
Gak
hammer
is gonna
oh,
poke
right,
his.
okay. Yeah.
Gak is gonna immediately, once he gets the door open, just poke his head in and look.
Okay. It does appear to be dark inside. Very dark. Do you have dark vision, infrared vision, anything like that?
Yeah, the Drell have infravision.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Infravision performs a little bit less good than normal as plat just because of the weird heat profile, but you can still kind of get an idea. The
I
inside
also have this that boosts my stuff.
say you do get infrared vision and dark vision. Okay, with the dark vision,
And then this boosts it. The recon hood boosts it.
okay. With the infrared vision, everything in here does tend to be pretty cool. You notice that there's like slight sparks going off occasionally in places, and little, like, tiny little fires that are giving off a bit of heat. Small masses on the ground nearby that are kind of emanating some vague vestiges of heat. But with your dark vision, as you kind of like switch over to that, you notice that there are what appear to be bodies laying on the ground. Kind of metallic, sort of grey looking. There's also like blast damage to parts of what appears to be like quite a wide hallway.
Looks like this place exploded. It's real dark, just FYI.
I would peek in too. I have dark vision. I can see up to 20 meters in dim light.
With only 20 meters, you can only see a tiny section of the corridor because this hatch does go down a long way and then into the corridor itself. But you can notice a little bit, again, what I've repeated before. There seems to be some damage from small blasts or maybe weapons fire or something, along with at least one body that you can see.
Did you say they were gray? The bodies?
Did appear to be grey-ish, but you can't really tell very well with dark vision. Dark vision, you don't get color.
Are they metallic looking?
Yeah. Although, again, hard to tell without light on to, see a specular.
Okay.
It looks like there's bodies in here.
I assume all of our armor has like lights and things like that, especially those of us who don't have dark vision.
Yeah, you can turn on a headlamp or whatever if you want.
Click. Take a look down there.
Yes, now you've turned lights on, you can see very much these bodies are humanoid in size. However, in nature, they're very much not. They are made of, like, polymers, ceramics, and metals. Grayish in color with an almost pearlescent sheen. And you can see at least 2 in your current vicinity, both of which seem to be somewhat damaged.
What about the shape of the heads? Are they Geth-like, would you say?
They are Geth-like, like elongated over the top with a central eye, which appears to be just like a headlamp type situation.
I hope these aren't our friends that you talk to.
Indeed. Yes. We have not been in communication with them recently.
They were the Geth. They were checking out Persephone, weren't they? This might be them.
Can I go up to one of their bodies?
You'll have to climb down into the actual, like, hallway itself, but yes, you can if you want.
I can check one of their bodies and see if I can get some information.
I will accompany you.
Okay.
Pole will float down as well.
I will climb down.
Okay. You climb down. Make me a athletics check, because it is still tough. This is a hand-over-hand climb for about 20 meters.
Could we use lift to try to help?
How long does this last, and how far does it take you?
Lift is concentration.
Okay. Is it you hold someone in place, or are you able to move them while they're lifted? Because I think there might be like an upgrade for that or something.
I can move something for 10 meters.
Okay, and then you can move that every round for 10 meters.
Yeah.
Up to, I assume, like a minute.
That's where I would want to ready it, so if I see her slip or something, I could try to...
The problem with ready spells is if you don't cast them, you still use the spell slot. So...
That's fine, it's a cantrip.
Oh! Okay,
yeah,
in which case...
And I've got it too, and I've got the magician enhancements, which basically lets me manipulate objects and, like, you know, open containers and move things.
Okay,
so
sure, yeah. In which case, if it happens, I'll just need like a spell casting check to cast it in time, and then done. But yeah, she goes down, hand over hand. Very impressive, actually. Surprisingly tough for Aquarian. And she heads down into the actual hallway itself. As you look around you, it is very evident that there seems like some sort of firefight happened here. The walls are scuffed. You can see little holes and pockmarks in them from where rounds have hit them at high speed, pinged off, and then hit other pieces of hallway. The 2 Geth in front of you have been very much damaged. It looks like, again, by weapons fire. One of them has, like, the knee completely sheared off and several holes in the chest, and is currently sparking. One of the arms kind of moving like that in the same motion over and over and over again. The other one is just lifeless and appears like the head was completely sheared off by maybe like a grenade blast or something.
Gek's gonna grab another one of the Geth things, and he'll just hold it at the arm that's flexing. And
so
it's gonna say,
you climb down in, okay?
Yeah, and he's gonna grab one of the other Geth, and where that arm is twitching or whatever is twitching, he's gonna put another Geth. So it says, "Stop hitting your friend. Stop hitting your friend. Stop hitting your friend."
Okay. You take the dead corpses of the Geth and you place them so they're hitting each other.
Oh, is not going to let him do that. It's like,
please, Gek. These are sentient beings. It is most disrespectful.
Sorry.
Fun is fun, but that's just morbid.
Well, I imagine they can be repaired, right?
I do not think that it works that way. They have been slain, much as any other being has. Perhaps they could be revived. In any case, let us show them proper respect. These are our allies, or at least belong to the same species.
Oh.
Because of my history with Geth Tech, can I evaluate, like do maybe a medicine roll on them to see if any of them are repairable, or if I can access any information from them?
Make me an engineering roll.
Okay. Do I have advantage?
No, but the DC will be easier.
Okay. Oh, 12.
Or with the 12, you can ascertain that they are both deceased. Unfortunately, when a Geth takes severe enough damage, the programs inside aren't able to be maintained, and when the consciousness ends without being able to end correctly and go into like a standby mode, it is just deceased. As you try and like actually interface with it, the data corrupts, and you actually have to end the connection between your Omni tool and the actual Geth itself. It looks like the Geth is so badly damaged you can't actually interface.
Okay. So like in a sign of like an act of mercy, I'm discontinuing there.
The bit that's moving is just a shorted wire that's connected to a servo. Like, you know, someone might spasm after death because they're getting random nerve impulses. Yeah, it's not a brain thing, it's a local nervous thing.
Oh, okay. So they're not just in agony and unable to die. Okay,
Yeah.
good. That's less disturbing. All right.
They're gone. I can't do anything for them.
Well, maybe they have some weapons that could be useful for us, but I don't know how that works with Geth. But also, perhaps we should figure out what they were fighting. If these are in fact the Geth that were helping us earlier, I imagine they discovered something like we have in this cavern, and that's why this cavern shut down. So then we could totally move forward and find them still here, or maybe they left, but maybe evidence, we can figure it out.
Yes, I believe one of them seems to have been damaged by a grenade.
You did say grenade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Some sort of blast, like a grenade or something similar.
They appear to have been taken out with what appears to be conventional weaponry. Let us be on our guard.
I would like to scan the room, like have my lights on and look for cameras, wiring, threats, other dead Geth.
It does appear that there are a few bits of cameras and wiring around here, but none of them seem to be active. A lot of the damage around is quite significant, as if the battle here was very heavily thought.
Aylin's coming down too, by the way. Like Aylin's joining.
All right, everyone's down now.
Is there like a door, or is there like a corridor down here, anything like that?
Yeah, it does seem to go to a very much larger door, which is kind of just open at the moment and seems to be maybe like a couple of foot gap.
Okay.
Here's a question: were any of the either of the Geth, rather, were they armed with anything like a taser? Does it seem like their arms have that kind of thing built into them?
No, they don't seem to have weapons on them, which suggests that someone would have taken their weapons afterwards.
Okay.
The corridor itself seems to lead up to a large double door, as I mentioned, which is propped open by about 2 feet. Seems to be very, very dark. Again, the only thing you occasionally see is sparks from overhead lighting.
Shall we proceed?
Yep.
Gek, do you feel up to taking point again?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I only ask that you do not desecrate any corpses that you encounter. As a personal favor to me, your friend.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't know having anyway. And he's gonna go ahead and walk up to the door.
Okay.
Stealthily.
Okay. Make him a stealth roll.
I have this. If I do it really slowly, can I have advantage?
Sure, but that means your entire group will be moving half speed because they'll have to follow you at some point.
You quietly hear under Geth's tone, through the maybe through the Omni tool because he accidentally broadcasted to you the Mission Impossible theme song.
And
you just see him moving incredibly slow.
You don't see him at all. There's a slight shadow and then nothing. You just slip in to the next section. This appears to be a much larger room, almost like a mechanical shop. And you can see like conveyor belts of rollers that seem to be spread out in many sections.
Also, keep in mind, I could have used this at the same time.
Yeah, but this is more than one turn. This is averaging it out over a few minutes, so it doesn't really work like that. But yes. Yeah. Okay. What would you like to do now? Or would like the rest of you like to follow? Are you still doing the 30-foot distance thing?
At this point, I feel like we'd be closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you all file in after Gek.
This may be relevant.
I need to roll perception. Sorry.
Just before we get into any trouble here, when I reset my dex, it's reset my armor class to 7, but I think that's operating off a base of 10.
Yeah, okay. In which case, your armor class would still have dropped, but we can compute those between sessions. We're coming up to the end now anyway.
Okay, cool.
Mine went down to 8.
Oh, I don't remember what my armor class should be because I moved my dex and I didn't look at that.
Yeah, it should auto-calculate, but some of the armor classes needed a bit of fiddling, so we'll have to figure that out.
Mine did.
Yeah,
okay,
manually done it.
I just didn't want to walk into a room and get shot with a 7 armor class.
Yeah. Okay, the rest of you file in. Are you also stealthing here?
I don't know if there's much point to post stealthing, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, in which case, as soon as Gek checks it out, he gives you the all clear. The rest of you come in. Again, you see a kind of wide open area with a machine shop. On the ground behind you, you can tell that there's a slight, built-in little, metallic line, almost like a guide. And then in front, there are mechanic rollers, along with little Mass Effect field generators on each side, almost like it's designed to offload cargo. And then you hear, in the distance, Gek, like a rustling of chains, almost like chains are being disturbed and swinging back and forth, like a clink, 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 clink.
I recognize the sounds of chains.
Clink, clink, clink. Then you hear light footfalls, almost like a bare foot on stone.
That might be a good time to raise the barrier.
Okay, you raise your barriers. Then you hear more light footfalls. Again, very much like bare foot on stone. And then more. And then the rest of you start to hear it. The sound of many, many people with bare feet running on stone. That kind of wet slapping of a hand hitting a stone, but repeated en masse. Dozens of times.
I'm gonna hide.
The door behind you closes. And then in front of you, down the corridor coming into the section, you see blue pinpoints. Pairs. And as they slowly come in towards the range of your dark vision, you see one person, 2 people, 3, 4, 5, all running in your direction. Gray skin with black sections that seem to be bursting out from where little blue glowing implants have been put into their bodies themselves. The eyes giving off a baleful blue glow. The teeth elongated into points, and they're just running hell-bent on you, making no other noise than the fall of the feet on stone en masse, and there are dozens. And that's where we're going to end today's episode.
That's kind of horrifying.
I was about to say I summoned my biotic orbs, yeah.
I was going to step in front of everybody.
Yep. So
Gek was hiding, so
that's a truly creepy ending. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait. Gosh darn it.
We're going to go do an after show after we say goodbye. So we're just reminding you all that today's supporter was Thunder Cabbage. You may have guessed that. Thank you very much, Thunder Cabbage. Secondly, the Ascension Nerdist map is out on Patreon. And also, thirdly, the Ascension MP3 and After Show are now out if you wish to go check those out. Thank you very much. Right, until next week, where you can catch us for episode 2 of Chapter 2, the Mass Effect MERCS. Where can we find Bunny? Who are you? What do you know and where we find you? I'm Bunny. I'm Winglightus on Twitter and Twitch and stuff. I actually don't stream myself on Twitch. I stream for Roll20. Yeah, you can basically find me on Roll20. I get to play games and talk to people about games all the time. So that's about it. Okay, Katie, where can we catch you?
Hello, I'm Katie Peters Plays. I played Leslie Mara for y'all today. You can catch me on my stream at Katie Peters Plays, on Twitter at Play Katie Play. I also do a podcast about movies if you want to listen to that. And I'm here tomorrow for The Last Ditch, where we're going to totally survive and help a war effort a lot. Like a lot. And so you can see me here tomorrow. But yeah, I'm so excited to be back with this group, and I'm already looking forward to next week. So.
Okay.
Bye.
Mark, what about you?
Hello, I'm Mark Meir. You can, of course, hear me in the Mass Effect Trilogy Remaster, the Legendary Edition, which is coming out in just over a month from now. Online, you can also hear me and see me in the Black Dice Society. That is a new official Dungeons & Dragons stream set in the dread domains of Ravenloft. We have a new campaign that is DM'd by Mr. B. Dave Walters. We have a fantastic group of player characters, and that drops every Thursday on the official Dungeons & Dragons YouTube and Twitch, so you can see us there. I'm also part of a podcast called Stitch of Fate, a podcast by night, and you every Friday you can find new episodes of that pretty much anywhere you would find a podcast, on all major platforms, as they say. Oh, and of course, I'm always available on Cameo for all your Mass Effect catchphrase related needs.
Okay, and Tyler, what about you?
Hi, I'm Tyler Scheid. You can find me on the internet making really silly, goofy content outside of pretending playing as a character that's much like Deadpool. Apocalypse_12 all over the world of the interwebs, except YouTube because they don't like the underscore, so Apocalypse12. Check me out there. I'm actually also on OnlyFans. It's not dirty. It's a whole April Fool's joke about my hair. So that's a thing. That's onlyfans.com/Tyfro. There you go. That's all my stuff. Talk about you know?
If you want the blow by blow of what Tyler's doing on his OnlyFans, you can find me at youtube.com/EnterElysium, twitch.tv/EnterElysium, where I'm playing video games and stuff. And I'm sure that I will be playing Mass Effect Remastered when that comes out, because I haven't got enough of Mark's voice in my life. Right. With all that said and done, we're going to go do our after show. Thank you very much, everyone. We had no tips today, so we're all good on that front. We'll catch you next week. And reminder, of course, that Last Ditch is tomorrow. You can catch that. And, of course, that our Ascension D&D campaign is on Thursday. So, thank you very much, everyone, coming along. And I guess we should go.